Hey y'all, it's your girl Cass. Welcome to my page, my channel. It is Saturday, and this is gonna be my second Saturday being on since I'm starting taking out of church Saturday. So right now, y'all gonna watch me eat and talk at the same time because that's just what's going on right now. But I hope everybody is having an amazing Saturday, especially if you're alive, you're breathing, you're healthy, you're abundant. Make sure y'all take your teas today. I'm not gonna drink mine yet because I'm gonna eat first. And you really shouldn't be drinking and eating at the same time, since we're gonna start there with the education. We have the tendency of eating and drinking. There's a reason why, mothers and grandmothers used to be like, you drink your, after. Actually, it shouldn't be immediately after. It should be at least an hour after, because then the body will have the time to actually digest the food and take the nutrients. Because what happens is, if you're just adding like water, for example, or anything else, you're just kind of diluting the process and you're turning it into like mush. So yeah, let's not do that. Especially if you're drinking teas, you want to take all the benefits that is going to give you. So make sure, and every food has a limit too. So if it's like a watermelon, 15-20 minutes, like you can probably drink after because it's water based. But if it's like I'm about to eat these pancakes right now, get into it. Y'all can't even see the pancake, y'all see fruits. That's because I want to eat more fruits than the carbs. It's good carbs, it's spelt flour that I use to make it, but still more fruits, because usually I break my fast with fruits. But I woke up a little bit later today. I mean, I was up earlier, but then I went back to sleep and I woke up later, so I just wanted to just eat. But yeah, I don't like syrup, so that's why I made my own vegan whipped cream. I'm gonna wait for people to get on. Well, not really. I'm just gonna use that as an excuse while I eat, because I did want to start a little bit earlier this time around. Actually, this is a good example of like everything that y'all like saying y'all can't go vegan with. You know, there's a vegan alternative for everything. Like, literally. I made some brownies yesterday. They were vegan. But I don't promote it. That was just me having a weak moment. But I made it vegan regardless, because chocolate is actually not good for you. Yeah. So, you learn something every day. It's not good for you because it's bad for your melanin. Like, it strips your melanin. So, it's not good. I love fruits. But this is why I can't be a nurse no more. Because y'all, food is medicine. And y'all choose life or death every day. Literally. every day. Every time you choose to put this food in your mouth, a piece of food in your mouth, that's what you're choosing. And the thing is, where's your balance? Like, this is a balance. I have a ton of fruits, but why? Because one is a carb, even though it's a better green. But two, because of the whipped cream, which I have to put sugar in it, you have to find a balance. Granted, syrup is probably way more sugar than this. Because I can control the amount of sugar I put in this compared to it's already made with like preservative, additives, all these things. But it's hidden. I'm trying to eat quickly so that I can get more talking in. And also, just, give me some energy to last me for the day. Because I really don't eat that much. But when I'm hungry, like, thing is, vegans eat. And that's why I've been posting and doing a lot of cooking more. Because I want to show you guys that it is doable. That you can find a way to win. And still live like your best life. Healthy life. And not fall into the trap, because when I be seeing certain lines to fast food places, I should be sick. Like, really. I don't know where y'all go or where y'all live, but y'all ever peep just the lines to certain like fast food place? And these are lines that are like out the ass. Like, they're taking a whole fucking lane and section because y'all want to go eat some trash food. Now that is messed up, because you're wasting my time too, because y'all want to be on some fat shit. On some, I'd rather you go to like a mom and pop store, like restaurant, than you go to a fast food place. Because the additives that gets put, just look at your car. You ever had a fry falling between the seats, and when you clean out your car, that shit is in perfect condition? Why are you in perfect condition? And this is like, this could be a month. 2 months even. But it could be a few months when that happened, before you actually got a car. Wow. And it's in perfect condition. So what kind of preservatives you think is on there? And what do you think is doing in your body? How much french fries you got backed up in your body? And it's so messed up, because Don't mind the hair again. Because one of the top 2 foods that is like a go-to for parents or kids is fries and nuggets. Do you know how detrimental fries is to the brain? It destroys the brain. There's literally no nutritional value in potato, and even if it did have any nutritional value, excuse me, it get coated by oil, which doesn't allow you to penetrate it to get anything from it. And this is your go-to food for your child, which destroys the brain. Like, real talk, this is why I respect Crystal so freaking much. And again, I'm going to keep on promoting her, because if you don't know, you need to know. And you need somebody in your life to keep it real with you, if not me. Somebody who knows more than me to keep it real with you, because clearly you not doing the research, or you not keeping it real with yourself. And I'll take it back to that. But y'all love yourself. Y'all love your babies. Well, guess what? Just like you in any other relationship, actions speak louder than words. Run with that. Because I can't cash a check based on what you're saying. I need a physical check. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not like you can win the lottery without the ticket. Oh, yeah, I won. Okay. Where's the ticket? Can you cash that? No? Hi, girl. Because if you can't, what's really going on? Actions speak louder than words. And you know what Crystal said to her daughter? When her daughter was like, oh, I'm going to eat fries. She's like, when I grow up, I'm going to be vegan and I'm going to eat fries. You know what Crystal said to her? Well, first of all, fries is vegan, but she's like, but you know, fries destroys the brain, right? And so if you know, what she tell her daughter? Mind you, her daughter is only 6 years old, okay? So, and don't even say, hold on to the only part, because don't trip. Age don't mean nothing. These kids are really freaking smart. So again, it goes back to the parenting, right? You're not here to tell your child what to do. You're just here to guide your child, right? So let's put that into play. So instead of Crystal being like, no, you're not eating that. No, you're not doing that. You know what she does? She questions her daughter. She don't tell her daughter what to, she questions her daughter. Because by questioning your daughter, now she has to use her working, thinking brain to figure it out. Because what is she asking? She goes, okay. So you have the information. You know that it destroys the brain. So are you a weak... She says N-word, but I don't say the N-word, so it's whatever. But I'm going to say motherfucker, right? So are you a weak motherfucker? Because if you know this is what it does to you, but you want it so bad, are you weak? Real talk. And that's a real question, because now she has to go look at herself and be like, well, am I weak? Am I weak? I mean, I want this, but I know it's bad for me. It's dangerous, especially as a child. You know, you're only growing. Am I weak for this? Y'all don't ask these hard questions. But she's not babying her child. Do you understand what I'm saying? Her child has to analyze that for herself, ultimately. Because, and that's just you in your life too. You cannot make every decision for your child to try to protect them because you know what's best for them. They literally have to make those decisions on their own. So what's the best way to make those decisions on their own? You give them the information, one, so that they're not ignorant to it. And then by giving them the information, now they have something to work with. Now that they have something to work with, you ask them the hard questions. Like me, I ask you all the time, do you love yourself, right? For this one, it was, are you weak? That what? Your urges have this much control over you that you're willing to destroy yourself in order to have this? And what did I say? If it makes sense, it has to make sense every time, right? Because for her daughter, she's gonna be like, wow, my want or my health? That's really the decision that you're making. Like, life or death. Those are decisions that you're making every single day. And y'all wanna downplay it like that's not what it is. But yeah, it is. It is that deep. It is that serious. Because guess what? Every time you think it's not that serious, you're gonna pay for it. Severely. Right? Like, for example, what's going on right now, right? There's some people who made some real big decisions, right? And this is crazy. Because there's real life people who told me about people who is like around them. They decided to take it, right? And they asked them the reason. They be like, oh, because everybody's doing it. How beautiful. Because they like, everybody's doing it, right? But let you call them a sheep, it's a whole problem. It's like, whoa, you coming at me. But what did you just say, though? What is a sheep? I'm going to ask you the question. Forget about your feelings now. Let's just ask the real questions. Because you want to get upset about me calling you a sheep, but what do a sheep do? Your answer going to be like, they follow. Okay, well, what was your response? Everybody did it. So what you do? You just follow. So why are you getting offended from me calling you what you just did? I didn't do that. You did that. But when we want to break it down and be truthful and say the real, it's a problem. It's just like when we say, right, you made that choice to eat that food. But when I be like, okay, you choosing life or death, it's, oh, that's so deep. It is a big deal. Because every time you choose, you're choosing life or death. But people want to be like, oh, but it's always that deep. Because you're that deep. Life is that deep. What? That's like looking outside and being like, there's not a reason for everything that is outside in the world. Yes, there is. There is a reason for every single little thing. Even a fly, even a mosquito. The things that we be like, why? Listen, if y'all want to be like, God make no mistakes, right? And it's one of those things that I love because it's just like, it's so multifaceted. And I love something who can do multiple things. Like if I want to buy like a futon, for example, I have a futon right here that can lay down to become a bed. Like I want it to be able to do multiple things. I don't want it to be just functional for one thing. Because guess what? What do you come here to do? To create connections, to build. So to even look at one thing, to think that it has no reason or no ability to do, you're doing a disservice to everything about you, around you, including yourself.
Definitely. I 100% agree.
You are so beautiful. I love the hat.
I know, right? I was like, we're
You
going to
definitely
church
give me
today.
church vibes. Yes, you
We're going
did.
to church today. I was like, because, I have, you get in that state where you don't feel like doing
Girl,
anything.
this
And I
is
was like, you know what? Hat saves it. Like, just put on my hat.
period. I love it. You definitely give me the vibe because like this is like a bad finger coil that I did, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna freaking rock it. I don't
But
care.
this is one too. I'm like, man, with 4C here, it's a whole nother
Need
level.
you dyed it, right?
Yeah, I dyed it. Yeah.
I was like, oh, I see some purple in there. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's so cute.
Yeah, I always like that's my thing. Purple is my color, so I always like, just jazz
You
up my
know why?
huh?
It's it makes sense that purple would be a color, first of all, because purple is right here.
Right?
Also, people don't know this, but when it comes to society, they done messed us up, right? Even when it comes to colors. So you know how like when a baby is born, pink is for girl, and then blue
Oh boy.
for boy, girl. You know it's the opposite. You know they do everything backwards. So you know.
Backwards. It's all the programming. Like it is deep. Like people gotta understand that this programming is deep.
So you're making them look at themselves, not even understand. You're making them more gay. You don't even know that,
Mhm.
but you are. Because for feminine, female, it's the blue, it's the purple, it's the indigo.
Yeah,
That's the representation of the woman. And why also? Because again, the woman is the negative, the dark side. Everything, how do you birth something? It comes from the dark and then gets pushed into the light.
that's light.
It literally makes perfect sense. But then you have, look at society. As soon as you're born, they're already putting that into your head. You don't even know
The
that
labels start from the time you're born.
girl, girl.
It's like don't care. It's like all the labels, all the labels, all the labels. I had to, in order for me to just like grow, I just had to remove myself from labels. I'm just like I don't identify with nothing. I'm just experiencing life.
This is why people don't understand. But like, I hate pet names. I hate. Don't call me mom. Don't call me boo. The only one I'll take is like if you're my partner,
Yeah,
you can call me baby. Like, okay, baby. But even outside of that, don't call me nothing else. It's Cash, Cassandra, or Goddess. I give you three options. It's my name, a shorter version of my name, a goddess, literally.
yeah.
I'm just like, you know why? Pet names get used for everybody. And it's not being distinctive enough for me. Because you're talking to me. Who's boo? Everybody and their mama? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I know what
I
you
It
mean.
really irked me. I'm like, no, don't call me those things. People never got it, but I'm just like, bro, I'm not none of these people because these names are for everybody.
Mm.
No, I'm somebody. For
Exactly.
the
We
reg
don't
like,
understand that we're all unique in our own ways.
and I'm like, when they call me mom, I'm not a mother yet.
But it's like I remember growing up at home and they'd be like Browning, Browns, like, just all these nicknames just came to get your attention and it's just like,
Actually,
wow.
I'd rather you call me a sister first
Yeah.
before you call me any of those other names. Because you know why? In African culture, where we came from, you would look at anybody who is older, like a mother or a father, and anybody who's like they're everybody's your brother and your sister. And
Yeah.
because we were able to have that, respect as well, because you would, ooh, you just gave me something. Because think about it, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to everybody else, right? It don't matter when it comes to everybody else. Everybody, if it's like an acquaintance, whatever, they can get like you can like it doesn't work for them. But let it be like your family, they get a pass
They do.
Everything,
Yep.
right? You have more regard for them, right? You're more considerate with them. You're more patient with them because this is your family and you love them.
Yeah.
So by using anything outside of those family words, you're now putting them outside of yourself. They're not part of you. So therefore anything goes with them, right? So really let's bring it back, because if I actually looked at you as my brother and sister, you would respect me more. You would handle me better, especially with anybody you consider a mom or a father too. So all these labels that y'all love and want to claim don't even really fucking matter, because the real ones that we should be more in tune to and should be using, y'all not even using.
No. Because they're so still deep in the programming at the end of the day. And the end of the day, it always goes back to the programming, right? And that's why I come to tell people, you gotta understand that we're all brothers and sisters at the end of the day. We're all connected, we're all one. It's just that you were born into this family, which is also more the programming, and you think that this is it. But the truth is you can choose your family. You know, people don't understand that.
And not only choose your family, but if you regard everybody as family, that'll
Right?
be better.
Exactly. People always, it's because of the concept that was programmed into us where we're thinking like we're better than someone. And I'm like, we are not better. We're
It goes
just
back to
more
the race.
advanced. We're at different levels, and that's okay. But we're all, the same. We're unique, made in his image, with our different visions, journey, purpose, what have you, whatever you want to identify it as, because the English language is very contradicting. But, it's like we all have the freedom to choose what we wish to see in this world. That's why, like, I really can't, like, when people just sit down and just try to blame everybody for the mishaps, I can't identify with that.
You know what's so, I just had a thought, right? Because what you just said, for example, right? It comes with like the self love. It always goes back to the self love too. Because damn, you just said something real good that it hit me, and then it's like slowly like dwindling. But because
It's
it's just
layers.
like,
Everything is layers.
yeah, it's there because it's just like, if we loved ourselves, because and this is part of like the whole family brother and sister thing too. I'm getting to the point of like, I think it's like, if you loved yourself, you could just be able to, the same way God is like, okay, I made you in my image, or like, okay, boom, I remembered. Treat others how you want to be treated, right? And this is why I question people, do you really love yourself? Because I feel like the message amongst all the Bibles or whatever was that to treat others how you want to be treated. Because I mean, like the love thy neighbor shit, like, yeah, I get it, but it's kind of like the same thing too.
Yeah.
Because, God forbid, excuse me, your neighbor needed something, you would be able to help and ask, and vice versa, right? And it's just like, what you do out into the world is a representation of yourself. It's just like when they say, how you teach somebody to love you is how you show them like you love yourself.
Yes.
Same concept. Like, and that's what I'm saying. All this shit is so easy. It's so easy, really. Because, and it goes back to the whole you. You
Mhm.
choose, you choose, you choose. And ultimately, if you love yourself, if you know yourself, it's so easy to understand and know the world. Like, it's so easy to treat others how you want to be treated, because you're exuding this energy. You are so full with this energy. And that's why it's so true. You have to master singlehood before you can enter partnerhood. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
And that right there. People
because
always think when they go in a relationship, their partners or whoever is supposed to make them happy. And I keep saying, like, no, you'll be forever looking for something that you need to find within yourself.
and it's not fair. It's completely not fair because only when you are full and in excess can you pour onto others. Even if you're half full, you can't pour into others.
Yeah.
Even if you're 3/4 full, technically you can't pour into others because it has to be an access. It needs to be overflowing because you can never deplete yourself for somebody else. And
A lot of us are just settling because that's what was taught.
do you know how big your ego is? I think that's a question that people don't really know or understand.
I don't think so.
How big ego? And you think somebody else can fulfill that ego? Because like you were saying, everything about us is big. Really big. And you
Super
think
big.
somebody, so after,
It's supernatural.
do you think I could do it for both of us? Well, I'm a lot.
I
Like,
always say so. I was like, man, like some days I'll be in my mood, my feelings, but I was like, you know what? Kudos to you for staying all these years with my multiple personalities. Because I can admit that I'm a lot and I'm not for everyone.
I'm not.
So it's a task for whoever decides to stay with me.
And that's another thing. I was having a conversation, like, people in your lives, right? It was a really good conversation. It's like it's so interesting because I made a live yesterday kind of talking about it because it's like two situations, but it's like it always connects. It always connects. For me, my body's forever building connections to all of this shit. Like this is a web, literally. And when I say everything is connected, that's why sometimes I can't like help myself, like because certain things that y'all be saying, it could be anybody and I'm
Yeah.
like, boom, connection, boom. And it's just like, wow, how can you guys not see this? Because it just goes so hand in hand, right? So, for example, we're constantly told the people around us is like an expression of ourselves or who we
But
are.
how they say the birds of a feather flock together. That
Boom, kind of thing, right? But then you go through life, right? And you just have certain people that is just like, one of them could be like so far like disregard from like whatever you're about. But
yeah.
guess what? When shit comes to show, they're the only person who ends up showing up for you, which is crazy. Because everybody who has it together or who are so in line with what you got going on could
They really
never be there for you. But how can they? They're kind of like doing the same thing you are. You have like no time for it. But imagine the person who y'all looking down on, who apparently has a lot of time and uses time, whatever. But that's the person who you can always go to.
Mhm.
So this person was just like, giving me an example because it's just like this can aggravate a person who's like on this go 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 time, and you're just seeing this person who's like a complete opposite of what you're doing. But then I was just like, because I had to go through this and learn this too, right? But I was just like, you have to analyze relationships, one. But two, you must weigh them properly.
Mhm.
Because, first of all, just because this person is not necessarily on the same time as you doesn't mean they're not giving you something or you can't learn from it. Because, boom, this person just happens to be there for you every time that you need it because nobody else can. One. And the other thing is, why do you care so much about what they have going on? It doesn't impact you. Like, you know what I'm saying? You have to, two things. You let somebody go or you accept them. Those are two things you can.
Exactly. Mhm.
You let somebody go, you accept them or you embrace them. Like, those are the things. And I'm just like, so you think, because that person is like in constant, like, oh, should I like not deal with this friend no more? Or should I like, I'm just like, but this is the only person that comes to you and is able to aid you when you need it. But here's another perspective. Why not that person is in your life to show you what not to be?
That's
Like I
true.
said, everything's about perspective, right?
That's why we tell people there's always so many different layers to build upon.
Because imagine you have all these friends, yeah, who's doing it. But I think people get so, you know, caught up in the game or whatever that you may need a reminder of like what you're not supposed to do or where you don't want to be so that you can continue to go further, because there's going to be those people in your life that is just like, damn, you don't know what they're doing or where they're heading in life, but hey, they always show up for me. So I love you and I respect you, and you know what, as long as you're living your best life, you're happy, you're healthy, who am I to
To judge you
feel some
or
type
have
of
an
way about
opinion.
that?
Exactly. That's why I tell people, like, for me, like, if you look at, like, there's not, you know, how people always be like, oh, you got a type or whatever the case may be. I don't. I attract people from all walks of life. Like, to the fact that they'll be like, oh, Shakira bougie, but she got so much ghetto people around her. You know, more the labels. And in my head, I'm like, no, I admire people that are real. If you're
You know,
being your true, authentic self, I can handle you. But if you're being fake, I cannot.
period. And this is why I say I can learn from anybody, a prostitute, an addict, an old person, because at the end of the day, right? And this is what I was kind of like saying on my live yesterday, was that like I'm a very like relatable person. I can relate to a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And people love people who can relate to them ultimately. And I'm so multifaceted, you know, just like you are, where I really, when I was in college, I knew I didn't have a type. I knew I did not have a type. That's when I learned I didn't have a type because, first of all, I definitely entered into the, same sex thing. And that's why I speak on my truth too. I
Yeah.
speak on it, but I've learned so much and I wouldn't change it for anything, but I know better now. So there's like,
Yeah.
but there's always something inside me that was just like, yeah, this, don't get me wrong. I've only been in one official relationship, and it was with the girl that I did think I was gonna be like with for the rest of my life. But things got toxic, and as soon as that was ended, I'm like, yeah, I'm never going back, never, because it's one of those things. Like, yeah, were we able to build like a really great connection? Yes. But was there something that was like deep down I know was like a bit lacking? Absolutely. And so universe needed to show me that, I guess, in a certain kind of way. That's why I got toxic, and that's why I had to remove myself from that situation. But then now I know even better, because even before I left it, my mind was already working about leaving it when it got toxic anyways. I'm like, I'm never going back to this, because like this is not it.
Yeah.
Like, you was the exception, but this is not it. And then when you learn more too about the programming and everything like that, you just like, yeah, no, this
No.
was never it. Because ultimately, if we're gonna make sense, and it has to make sense every time, God made no mistakes, correct?
No.
And things work in a certain order. There is order. I
It's
don't
the
know what.
laws. The laws of the universe is the order.
Boom,
Yeah.
right? And the
Mhm.
natural laws of
Exactly.
nature. At the end of the day, there's things that is in order. Even for gods, there is an order and laws in place, because you guys cannot just create chaos and go rampant.
It's
There
based
needs
on
to,
we're based on principles rather than rules. So we're
okay?
like principle driven, I would
So
say. Yeah.
for me to be like, our goal is to reproduce, and we can't do it that way, so it doesn't make sense. Like, each and every way I put it is never going to make sense, because that means if it actually was a thing to continue, there would be no reproduction. So it has to make sense every time. And I'm a type of person, I'm very logical, so I'm not going to play myself like I don't know what's going on. Because if there's a discrepancy in that, that means I'm unbalanced, and I need to figure out what that is and how to get myself back in balance, because that's just the order of things. Like, that's just what it is. That's the law. That's just how it works. So when people want to feel like, again, I'm not coming at you. I already told you I've been in a relationship and I was gonna spend my rest of my life.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, you have to do the education. You have to know how deeply this goes, because the same way y'all want to be like shit is not. It is that deep. It is very, very deep. I just told you the colors of gender is wrong. That's like the first thing you come out knowing is your gender. Who am I? My boy or my girl? You know. You just look down and then you know. And they mess you up there. It's like the first thing about the whole church thing on Saturday. Like, y'all go to the first thing was Sunday and y'all didn't check that. The first things they mess with. And of course, if the first thing they mess with is already messed with, you're going down a whole spiral of messed up shit.
It's a
Okay?
rabbit hole, and you're going deeper and deeper and deeper. It's like digging yourself out of a hole. You just keep
So
bringing it back down on you.
when you want to be like you was born this way, that's up for debate, literally.
But
Like,
like you don't see like if you had to go deep into that, most people, that start out that way, yeah, they believe that, they go their life with that. But then as they transcend, you know better, you do better, they they change.
it's
And
kind of
you're like, you find back yourself. It's just lost identity. You're just enjoying everything. You're just enjoying this world. So you're going to be like, if I want to be a unicorn, I'm going to be a unicorn. And that's where you go. And it's just misplaced identity until you sit down and just be with yourself and truly find why were you here? What was your purpose? How was you created? And just get rid of the labels.
you just said a good point. Um, you just said a really good point, right? My mind just be going sometimes.
It's been going fast. Like I just got to slow it down.
You know what?
Slow it down
I need to keep a
sometimes.
pen and paper next to me. That's what I need to
Oh,
do.
I was talking about it's all about our identity, like lost identity and finding yourself.
The identity piece. Yes. There is a dissociation of the identity. And you no, what you said was about wanting. That's what I wanted to touch on. It's okay to want things, I think, but when it becomes, like we said, the natural order of things, when it starts to go against that, you're gonna deal with consequences and repercussions. Because I think people get so caught up in the want, oh, I can have whatever I want, I could be whatever I want. You know what I'm saying? This like sense of, I do appreciate your sense of like autonomy and something like that, and being like, okay, this is what I want to be, but not to the point where you lose sight of self. And that's where I was getting to when you
Yeah.
like the whole identity piece. There's
Hmm.
a dissociation that's going. And when that happened, I consider you mentally ill. Like, respectfully.
Hmm.
Because
And people like to argue about that when you call it like mental illness. And I see, like, you know what? This is why I avoid certain conversations because you guys are not to the level of understanding. When you get to that level of understanding, then you can find me and we can have a discussion on it.
they're hearing with
Because
their
if it's
emotions.
offending you, that means you got some work to do, right?
Thank you. Because there's no way like you can be offended by the truth or factual, like you're listening with your emotions and your emotions only. And when you listen with your emotions, you're irrational. Just look at any woman sometimes, like it'd be like, are you even making sense? No, it don't. Emotions don't need to make sense, you know that. It just gives you a certain energy and y'all just be running with that. And no, you need to assess that, because imagine if you just operated based on your emotions.
Emotions. There can be there can be some repercussions if you just
Big ones.
go on
It's
your
like
emotions.
being impulsive. Imagine if you just, imagine if the universe actually, y'all want so many things, right? Imagine if the universe actually gave you everything y'all want exactly when you asked it. Y'all not even ready for that.
No. And people don't understand that things show up for you when the universe know that you're ready for it. I know I'm a lucky testimony of it. I'll be asking for something like everything that leading up to this time, I manifested it. I didn't understand manifestation, but then I realized as I learned astrology, Jupiter is my planet. So I just naturally, that's just my gift, right? And the thing is, we all got these gifts, but we don't even realize they're working in our favor because we're always trying to catch up with the next thing. The Joneses, right? We're never contented. We always want more because we're consumers in this reality until you wake up. But when I look back, I remember like I would say, oh, I wish I had this, or I wish it was like this. And then I go into detail on how everything and I imagine everything, not realizing what I was doing, and then it might not happen in this moment, it might not happen next year, but then 3 years later it just falls on my lap, and it takes me a while, and then I was like, shit, I'm exactly where I say I wanted to be. What? When did this happen?
And it's so interesting because that's the only time you really want to look back in your past to be like,
Right.
okay, so this is how I got here. People don't understand how like they manifested their whole life. That's what I'm saying. They want to put the accountability on God or the devil and anybody else. You got yourself here. That's why I be so like when people are doing like great things, for example,
Yeah.
and you just want to give everybody the praise but yourself. That's why when Snoop Dogg came out with the
Yes, I love that. First of
me,
all, I want to thank me.
yeah, who else?
Me, yes,
Who?
me, the God within me. Because he was like, oh, you disrespectful, you ain't thank God first. Me, God within me.
There's no difference here. Like, hello.
And I be like, people just be like, oh, you crazy. I'm like, no, you just
Crazy.
just admit that, like, you know what, I'm intrigued by this, but I'm not there yet. I don't have the education, so I'll just leave it as that. I'm not gonna label you or call you anything. I'm just gonna get my own research because it seems like you're having a good time there, and I don't want to bring my unhappiness onto you. So let me take my negative
You
comment
remove
away.
myself.
You grow up hearing, if you don't got nothing to say, nothing nice to say, why say anything at all? If people would do that, like, where do you think we would be?
Yep. It's just really because it's just like they be like, "Thank you, God." Oh, it's only because of you. It was only because of
You
you.
made all those
Please.
decisions because I guarantee you, if it went the opposite way, because then where we go back to choices, if it go the opposite way, where like nothing did come from it, who you're thanking? You just can blame everybody. So why, like? So that's why, like, the other night when I went, all like the other rat, where you had came on when I was talking about people got to learn to stop blaming people and just blame themselves if they need to blame something and start forgiving, because at the end of the day, we all got choices, and whatever choice you make, you just got to live with the choice. It might not be what you wanted, but don't blame someone because it was your choice. No one took your hand and signed a piece of paper. No one took your feet and put you in a room or a situation. It was you at the end of the day guiding you, the God within you. So you decide what you want to think. I'm not here to make it make sense to you. You have to make it make sense for yourself.
Like I really don't know where logic goes anymore. It's really basic and really simple, but logic just goes outside of the window. And this is what I mean, like where the religion piece just like really just allows people to just
Hide
not take
behind.
responsibility.
It's like a shelter. It's a shelter for people. They just feel comfortable in it because you know what? It takes the thinking out of it for them. The people just don't like to think anymore. People don't even like to simply read. You know that you would got something and you would all the information is in the post, and someone is gonna come and ask you a question when the answer is in the post. I'm like,
It's the botness and the laziness for me. I
it's like
just
I'm supposed to food is what's the saying, food speed, like spoon feed video, spoon fed. I can't remember.
and you know what's crazy? In business, that's how it works. The more money the client gets to do for themselves, Like they cost more, even though they put in the responsibility on you. But that's really the thing, because they, you know what it is. What about people? They need to be told what to do.
Yes. People love to be told what to do.
They love to be
I
told what,
realize that.
because they don't like to choose. They don't like to make decisions for themselves, because if they make decisions for them, they have to deal with the
So they
repercussions,
rather just
the
blame you.
responsibility. Boom, right? So I literally just had a conversation yesterday. I'm like, people just like being told what to do. Like, I'm convinced, and it's just like, this is why we have to come on here too, because people like proof as well, right? People like examples. You can't just say something and somebody, you know what, instead of, for example, you know how we can just go off, just say whatever.
Yeah.
So instead of like somebody being like, where are you getting this information from? Or like, oh, where can I find more about it? Motherfuckers just be like, well, have you done it? Have, where's the proof? Like, what have you done?
Right?
And instead of you, now you have new information that you didn't know before, and you can expand on your own. Who's to say, yeah, that person knows the information, but you can know it faster and move along with. Y'all don't want to take initiative for nothing.
No, because you know what? When people choose for you, are you thinking they choose for you? It's easily for you to say, but you told me this. You told me to do this. So that you can blame me. Because the problem is no one wants to take responsibility. Responsibility is too hard. As a kid, we all want to be an adult. And then now that we became adult, we really don't want to be an adult because you're not doing the adult things that you were saying as a kid that you was going to do when you get older.
You know what's so funny? You just brought up adulthood, and I had such a funny conversation with my mom yesterday about this. When was it? I think so I had bought avocados, right? The big ones. Because apparently the small ones now are like hybrids, like the Haas one.
Yeah.
So you have to go for like the big Kahuna from like DR or Haiti, like, or from
Yeah.
like country. So there was a one already open in the fridge that I had already been started to use. But she's like, there's two on the table, and she's like, she wants that one. I'm like,
Yeah.
if this was me trying to do this to you, like as a child, you would have been like, make it make sense. One's already open, while
Use
you
that.
open a new one.
Yeah.
So I'm like, because I was like, Mommy, you're sounding like a spoiled child right now. Because she's like, well, I want that one. And I'm just like, you know what, lady? Like, whatever. But she's
Yeah.
not a child. She's like, first of all, she's like, I'm a mother. I'm like, okay. But I'm just like, she's like, I'm an adult. I'm not a child. I'm not a child. And I'm just like, how's that working out for you? Is it like for real? Exactly. Like this whole adulthood thing that y'all love to claim so much. Like, how's that working out for you for real? It don't. I mean, to each their own. But you look real stressed. You look a little bit miserable. You look a little
Yeah.
depleted.
Facts.
You need to get into that child mind.
Yep.
Just because you have kids doesn't mean you can't.
Go
I'm like,
back to be a child. Like
and
we're
that's
always
like,
a child. I keep telling people that we're always a child because like you'll always hear people say, "Oh, you're acting real childish," or "It's like you child like this." That, but I'm like, I embrace my child. My
and I'm
child.
like, do you remember being a child when nothing mattered?
Exactly.
Go back to that, because you haven't.
Because adults look so miserable. Like they're
That's the
always
worst thing I ever
angry,
thought of when I was a child, trying to be adult,
grumpy,
trying to grow
like
up.
everything, right? And that's
I
what I try
was
to
so.
explain to my daughter now. I'm like, Cynthia, enjoy it while it lasts. Like I'm telling you, enjoy it.
I think we're making it look cool, but it's really not. Like, it's really not. And it's so interesting that you said that too, because, for example, right, I have this friend. Um, I mean, I can guess you can call him like he's rough around the edges type of stuff, but very in tune. And then so they just had like a passing like in a family member, right? So everybody was like coming in as a family speaking. So like there's this cousin who looks the part. So, clean cut, shaven, and because of how he looked, people thought, you know, he would be the person with the answers. But the person who didn't look the part had so much answers to give.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all get so caught up
In
in
the,
trying to play, literally play a part. And what y'all got going for yourself?
it is true. Remember, I always had that saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Every time.
These metaphors are keys. I don't know how many times I gotta tell y'all, but these metaphors are keys to life.
We grew
Literally.
up hearing them, but we never really understood it. We used to be like, "What? Whatever." But
Well,
you know that it's still inside of us because it comes back. Like now, you're like, "Wait, that's in here," because people don't understand that this vessel is like it just collects data, is like data collecting. So that's why it's very, very like you got to be so conscious on what it is that you let in, what you let in here, because it's trapped somewhere back here.
mm-hmm.
So that's why I always tell people I don't got time to listen to the news. I don't got time to just be listening to negative Nancy. I just don't got time for it. I'm not saying I'm not gonna help people. I always do help people. But if I see that I'm helping and there's no change, I'm enabling you now. So this is when I remove myself from the situation, because you don't really want help. You just want, like, I don't
It to be
even
done
know.
for you. I don't.
Exactly. You just want, like, someone to feel for you. Like,
Work has to be done for yourself, and that's why it's just like I like give people grace all the time, and I don't like personalize none of the things that I know or say or do when it comes to other people, because it's just like, this is my time. I know what time like I'm on. You're on a whole different time, and I can't speed that up for you. I can't make you see what I see. You know what I'm saying? I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing for you. All I could do is just share information, and hopefully
you catch
one
on.
day your soul is just like, yep, this is it.
Hmm. And that's why I tell people, when people be like, well, how you got here? Or what do you think? I'm like, it is
I know.
simple. You just be by yourself. Just ask yourself these questions, like self reflect. Start journaling and rereading what you said, or did do like what I did my last time trying to, not trying because I got out, my last time coming out of the matrix. I just started doing my vlogs and speaking to myself, like, homie, you just having these open dialogue. It's just talking to myself. Even like when me and you go live by ourselves, that's us talking to ourselves, but people really think that we talking to them. But we really just talking to the God within. And that's why some people, like, they don't understand it. They try to say insanity, because people really think people that are in the mental health are like mad. There's some that are questionable, but they're some of the smartest people like that I know. Like, it's just that, like, they just
You're
had an
seeing a lot
escape.
that you can't. I promise. They're going. They're honestly the probably the only real people who's like really expressing what the fuck is really going on in this world.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference between us and those, like, I'm talking about me and her, and then those people in there, is because we have a balance where we don't allow it to take
Oh,
over our mental or
yeah.
impact us in a way where we don't have control over it.
That
Because
right there is the control. And that's what I spoke about on my live last night when I went off venting. Because I was trying to show people, like, okay, we are the spiritual beings that came here to have a human experience, right? The physical, the spiritual, and the physical. But
mm-hmm.
sometimes, often, so many of us go up here in the physical, or we're up here in the spiritual. Is really ever you find like us that balance it, where we balance it with the mental, because we understand that if you're either too high on each end, you're a prisoner of your mind. Whether it is that you think that being super spiritual is woke, I'm like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's not woke. That's you letting your ego take over. So now you either thinking that you better than everyone, or you either go really insane. So this is why you always have to have a balance. You got to understand when you keep in your mind that the mission here on earth is to unify. The mission here is to let us all know that we're all one. You know, no one is better. This is why we can't compare, because we all play our position. We all have a place that connects it all together. But sometimes people just miss it.
Yeah, because it even goes back to like I was having a conversation yesterday, and I think like a lot of guys don't know this for some reason, but I'm like, you live in a misogynistic world. Do you really think like because this is where the discrepancy can come along too with some of the people that I be like trying to like have a conversation with
Right?
because they be like halfway there, like you know what I mean, to like the spiritual world, but like some of them is just like have a little pull on like the religion piece. Okay, because I think people need to understand like religion is not real. Like you create your own.
Rituals.
It's like you're a god, so you create your own religion. You don't follow nobody else's religion. Two, it's like spirituality. I think people don't understand. It's like it's the combination of your religion and like science. It's together. You know how they try to separate church and science like that because y'all are crazy for trying to separate church and science or like religion and science because they're one and the same kind of because it's like you're trying to take God from the creation. You can't separate that.
Can't.
It takes like it's just one like so because when you're gonna be like God created it in a certain kind of days and then you go on and then you learn the actual science of how it's able to come together. That is just God creating it at the end of the day. So you can't, and this is why I be like, some people got it so fucked up too because of what's going on right now with the science and the whole religion piece too. Because y'all contradicting yourselves like OD. And this is where I mean like y'all not making sense and y'all making not smart decisions. Because if you know God is science, why do you think it would need to be created in a lab?
That right there. That I think that's where I went on my venting last night. Cause I was like, I honestly just leave it alone, right? But you see the insanity that is happening. You sometimes can't leave it alone because you're like, me leaving it alone, is that am I enabling it? Or like I
I try
gotta really like shake it up. Like I gotta shake it up for a second.
I try to.
Cause I don't understand. I remember I saw this some like I don't even know. I saw it in the video and it was I don't know if she's a minister or someone, but it was in America and she got up and she was in the church or somewhere and she was like, God brought this for us. This
Oh
was the
yes,
answer.
it was one of like the representatives or like whatever. I was
I
like
was
you
like
I was like
I'm like
I was
your
like
I'm like when your karma come, Lord Father, I pray for you.
because it's just like y'all don't make sense. Science itself is like a magic, which is God, because God created that. But if
Science
you
is what you see outside, the creation,
just
how
because it
everything
was able
changes.
to yeah, because I think in people's mind, because science is able to put it in some kind of words for y'all to like make it makes or put it in a book that you think is
Or a
anything
vial that they
different.
can actually see or something, they think that's the end all be all. I think that's
Boom.
it. They need to have all three. It's the all three where it's like, you can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it. Some sort of connection in the senses, those ones,
Yes.
that's what they need. But when it's that they see it but they don't understand it, they're like
But it's this
questionable about it. But I'm
but
like, that's how
so
it works. We don't know how it was created. So like who's questioning that?
so but y'all believe in God though. So do you see God? Do you feel God? Do you, so but you have faith in it. So
Right?
why would it be the same when it comes to anything else?
I was like,
Are
did you even
you
question how you breathe or where that's coming from? How you're able to just do these simple things? Do you even question if you cut this, like the blood, and how does it heal itself? What is the science about that? that these sciences can show you? Can like please help me to understand.
Because you, all the science that you able to read, right? Like you were saying about what the body can do, is that not magic? Because before you guys had this technology to even see this shit was already happening, right?
Biblical times
Magic,
before
right?
every single thing. I saw like I don't know, it was like a clips to show you like you know how everybody always thinking like this thing was transformed so many different times. Like when we look at the mountains, like you see these things that are so big, what do you think they are?
Mountains that used to be trees. Like,
The islands that used to be a giant are dinosaurs
it's just
are
crazy.
whatever. Look at the
So,
shapes. Like really just go into nature and just look at every single thing. Look at a tree. It's all connected. Like you know that the tree that we see physical is a mirror to what's underneath in the ground, creating their roots in the ground. If you had to pull it all out without damaging anything and you just balance it, you just turn it, they will be almost identical. On both ends, it just looks different. As above, so below.
so below. And you know what's so funny about that too? And this is what I mean. Every time y'all try to like separate science and God, or try to just be so meticulous about the science part, y'all lose the magic in everything. Y'all just suck the magic out of fucking everything. That's what science does, literally.
That's what it did. Like people don't even understand that that's honestly the truth. And you know what? The thing is where we're in this, and this is how I touched on it last night, was like, okay, they already know because they steal all of this from us. Like everything that we're in right now, where you the reason why you are not woke, you're still sleeping, is all the programming that they did because they know, they understand it, they understand and they know, and this is why they're scared and this is why they're doing all these things, because they already know that we're the gods. But in your head, because they will program you so you would never know and understand that you're the gods, they create this god that they know very well, if you continue to worship it and pray, they win, because you believe in that. You're not believing that you can never wake up this one and unify, so they can keep making you comply until you just have no rights.
And
I
depend
literally like here's
because
like
if you depend on them, then you can never really live to the God in you because you're not using that energy for anything. You're literally giving it away every day.
giving it away every like right now. Everybody that is complying, you keep giving, like they keep taking your energy away. You're not even going to have, like when it gets to the 6 months bullshit that you have to continuously do. You think that you can ever get that spark? You think you can ever get that gut feeling anymore? That intuition feeling is going to die out, because you know what? You know what we do? We're an energy that forever keep coming back, right? You will
They're
never
trying to
be given
stop
a
that.
chance to come back.
And that's the part that people are not really understanding. They're trying to stop you from being able to reincarnate, like keep you stuck. I mean, you're already kind of stuck already because you lost yourself. Nah, because you lost yourself. Because
It's true.
if so, imagine losing yourself and then you don't even get the chance to even go back to even like there's a break
Correct. Because
or
that's
make
the
a
thing.
contract.
Make it better or build upon it, because you knew that you didn't learn what you came here for. Because people don't understand that. Some people don't even get to that concept and know that we were here multiple times, to learn different
Millennia,
things.
millennia. Like
That's
you are
why
so old. You don't even like you are so. And not even to say that, like, just because like you're still a child doesn't mean like your soul is very old, very much so.
hmm but that people just like, they just blanket anything that sounds foreign, and rather instead of being like, you, this sounds foreign, I should probably pay attention to this because this is unfamiliar. No, you rather just listen to the same bullshit every single day and you lose yourself more and more. Like I literally, when I go outside, I can literally see who's sleeping from who's woke, and the majority, unfortunately, they're still sleeping. And I'm like, we're in 2021. How is it that you're not sleeping? Do you not see Mother Nature is working on your behalf for you to start seeing? Like the main fact that it was something that was meant to break us, but end up should have saved the majority because it's putting you back into what your purpose was here, coming together as a unit, and starting to build these legacies and breaking generational curses. Instead, we choose not to focus on that, but complain about being in that situation, if you want to call it a situation, but that was supposed to be just a beautiful place, but you just complain about it and trying to go back up to the outside before you just appreciate Mother Nature making you and guiding you into the inside. Like, people don't understand everything that they keep doing. Mother Nature keeps trying to fix it for you guys, but there's only so much that she can do. If you guys are not gonna open up
You
your
know,
eyes and help,
destroy this bitch. That's what
what
she's
what do you think that
destroy.
she's gonna do? She's gonna just completely start doing all supernatural things, and you can keep wondering like why this is happening. It's happening to get rid of all you lost souls that are not deciding to wake up. Because if you don't wake up, then it's like, what's the purpose? She's gonna be
Like,
like, you know what? I'm just gonna create something else. I'm just gonna blow this whole thing up and start all over again and see if the new star seeds are gonna get it right this time. Because that's all the time is who's going to get it right this time? Who's going to get to the understanding that we got to come together to create the ultimate God that everybody thinking? People and understanding is in here. And it's only going to be the one that you're thinking when we all come together, and we vibrate on the same frequencies. But if we don't do that, you can stuck in the programming that they gave you, believing that one. Before you see, you just be okay with being you and go dig deep inside of you and understand that you connected all the time. Every single, what do you call it, the microsecond. If you want to take it right down to that, you're connected to it. The
I'm
air
a
you breathe is connected to it.
breath. That is one underrated like
People
ability.
always focus on this and this, the mind and the heart, but if the oxygen, the breath, how you think that stop?
No oxygen to the brain, your brain dead.
Like, people don't understand it's in the breathing. This whole thing, I'm like, it's all in the breathing. All this thing that they created because they know we always hold our breath. I'm telling you because I lived that too. When I work with before when I was bigger, my personal trainer used to be like, breathe, Shakira, because somehow you always just try to hold the breath. Like you think that's gonna help you with the pain or not going through the pain, so you just hold your breath. Breathe. Just breathe. What do you think that this is what you have to wear? Like, what do you think? Because they're blocking it. They know the power. They all know the power that you have within you, but you are the only person that choose not to see the power that's inside of you.
You have to
Why?
tell me to wear that shit. I don't care. What? Especially now, I see so many people just like freely wearing it now. Cause like where I'm at, it's not like mandatory still again.
It's mandatory, but I use my asthma exemption and I have like a shield. Like it's somewhere here though, but with the shield, like you can still like breathe and everything. I'm like, I ain't got time for that. So I
Yeah,
don't go anywhere because some places they make it mandatory. Like, oh, you can't even with the exemption. They say like you have to think. So I was like, no, like because I was wearing that and look at my face. Like your body's telling you what isn't right for you.
and you know what? It's so funny because I went out yesterday and like the person I was with had ordered a beer, and I don't drink anymore, so it's like whatever. But they got it in a bottle, and they were so upset at first, like because the bottle was open, and
Yeah,
they like thinking, I don't like that germs,
yeah.
and I'm just like, it builds immunity.
Right? It's insane. Well, yesterday when I went on all my ranting, I tell people Google natural immunity now. You try Googling it and see what it says.
There's
You
actually
can't find it.
there's actually a person from Pfizer that was, I think they were like, didn't know they were being recorded, obviously. And he was like, yeah, anybody who had it and got it and like recovered, their immunity is way better than getting that. And I'm just like, duh. Like, and as soon as I said that, the person just relaxed. It's so crazy because it's just like they know this information already too. But it's just like y'all are so programmed to believing into like the bullshit that it's so easy perpetuated that you psych your own self out for like the craziest shit.
That
Like
is true.
every day.
I keep telling
That
people like, you don't understand that it was the mind control already. Because like as
remember
soon as you get
remote
this
control?
right? Because it's like people don't realize like from the time because of all the television, all the laser being telling you, right? It's already embedded in here. So then when you get the so-called thing, and it's already embedded in here, what you believe it is, your mind is going to put on the symptoms and make it more extreme than it even was. I'm telling you because I had it. I had it, and like at first, because of the things I was like, I could feel my body sucking into it. But I had to wake up and be like, no, Shakira, you gotta push through this. You gotta push through this pain. You
Girl.
gotta breathe. And then like, thank goodness, like my partner he put the cinnamon, it was cinnamon, ginger, and clove, and he brought it for me to drink, and that shit burned like a mug, but it opened up my lungs. And then I was like, shit, like, then it was the no tasting, no smelling. And then I saw this thing about the burning the orange, like just burnt, like how you would roast a breadfruit and then eat it, and then it comes back. Natural things they don't want you to know.
Why I am a herbalist in training. This is why I quit nursing school. This is why I speak about this so passionately. Because you know what? Listen, no, I'm not here to judge nobody and the decisions that they make. I know how programmed you are. I know what's around you. So I understand how you got to this point in life. But you know what? I will fault you. I'm not gonna fault you, but I'm gonna I will hold you accountable though. If I'm definitely speaking on the information and you choose to not do the research and you're
That
choosing not to, like, I don't know how else, like, because you can't tell me. I already spent money on this. Me personally, I spent money on this and I made that decision knowingly. Because why? I will not sell out. You know why? When I just start to think about the business of it, I'll be ready to fight somebody every time. Literally every time. I'm not even a fighter. I never got a fight a day in my life. Literally. But I'd be ready to go to blows with somebody over this because, baby girl, for anybody who's going down that path, you're playing in very dangerous territory. The only reason why I say that is because you're playing in a hand of evilness. You're playing in a hand of just, there's no words
I
for
know.
me to explain. Because if I do go into detail, people's gonna be like, bro. And I don't know. I think I might do a live just specifically going in depth because if I do, and this is what I'm saying, it goes so deep, and it always goes deep, right? Because it's
Wait,
programming
someone
and
they
everything.
mean it, that person mean like when I was drinking the it was clove because I can't really see, but I see something popped up, but no,
Oh
it's
yeah, what's the mixture you in your drink?
right. It was clove, cinnamon. So the cloves that the long cloves that you stick in like that, then like you would see your parents sticking in your
The one
hand
with the
and
the
stuff.
little ball at the top, and then
Yeah, that. So it was the clove, it was the cinnamon, and it was the ginger. You steep it and then you drink it. Natural.
yeah, you should have what she said. Because cloves are good for it's a blood purifier as well.
Hmm.
And for lungs, I will also take mullein because mullein is good for the lungs to open up the airways. So if you have any mucus, any buildup, to take that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody should be drinking a clove tea.
Yeah.
I only say
Everybody
that
should be doing ginger shots daily anyways too.
ginger and clove, especially for even like pregnant women. If you're pregnant, if you having any nausea, chew on some ginger. That will help with your nausea. And also, you know what's fucked up? Like your doctor would tell you you can't exercise and do nothing when you get pregnant. That's a lie. That's a
Yep.
freaking lie, bro. Like, is there? You don't have to do any extraneous exercises, but doing squats going for a
moving. Like
walk.
the main thing that I had started like because it was like all my bones, everything was just like
No
I
to the
was numb.
garlic. The only reason why I'm saying no to the garlic is because what people don't understand about garlic is like an anti um
Sanitary?
bacterial viral
Oh,
thing too. But the thing is, just like a hand sanitizer, garlic does the same thing. It will kill both the good and the
and
bad
the bad.
bacteria. So you
Mhm.
kind of like starting over, and when you start over, you don't know which one is gonna be coming back more. So that's why you have to be like vigilant to be taking like things that will help like with your immunity and probiotics. And also garlic does pass through the blood-brain barrier. I'm sorry. I know
I
it
know,
tastes
like
good,
what Rico
but
always tells me about garlic, and I'm like, but I love it, and he's like, but it's not good. I'm like,
yeah,
but you know, you grow. It's like it's a that's my hard habit to break, but I'm doing better. It's like
you know what I
really,
do? Because it's really hard to step away from garlic because of the taste. But honestly, when we say it goes against like your blood brain barrier, think about it. That shit will make you cry. That shit would like that's mucus at the end of the day that you're
but it's
disrupting.
like you can taste it for a long time, and you can
Boom,
smell
and
it
it
on
makes
the
your breath
breath, and it's
sting.
like even like smelling, it goes right into everything.
And so what I use for so yeah, because people would say, again, I just explained why garlic is not good for you.
Yeah, but
But
I
I mean,
know,
if
I
you
know.
choose to believe that
But
and
I
you
grew up, but I literally grew up hearing everybody say, I even as a kid, I watched this lady in Shifat back home in Barbados, and she was literally just peeling raw garlic and eating it and drinking it. And she was saying, oh, like I could remember that in my head from a kid, her embedding it in my brain that is good for you, right? But then it's like all these other research, you hear about in the like Rico has shown me a video because he's just trying to get my brain to just completely
process
cut
it,
all
yeah.
of it. But he showed me a video where the guy was in the military. They were putting garlic on the bullets. And like, growing up, you hear about when people soak the garlic in a knife and the person bleed internally, all of these things you hear, but you're still just so like in the programming of how great it is for you. I know.
Yeah. So
I know.
instead of garlic, how I try to get the feel for it, I use obviously onions and then the green onions, to kind of like balance that. Try to get like the same vibe because green onions is still giving you like that pungent like feel, but my elder said it's good for you. It worked for them, and I
Never
trust
grew
what
up
I say.
hearing that.
So again, I'm not saying like
I want one of them,
I'm
but
not
that
here
one is not
to
good.
go back and
Those
forth with
children.
anybody about their beliefs and what the elders said, but understand like the elders were also programmed. So that's like saying hereditary, right? I talked about this on my another live. You go to the doctors and they tell you, "Oh, you have a hereditary issue." That's just basically going by the history of how your family eat. And I'm sorry, if your grandmother was still on pills or any kind of things
Let's
in
talk
life,
about that.
she was not
I
healthy.
literally,
So
literally
these
talked about that
elders,
last night. Last
I
night I
mean,
talked
but
about that.
again, it's my thing is don't also go based off what elders are saying.
You gotta do
And
your
because
research
the
too.
same thing, I'm gonna tell you to question a doctor, question your elders too, and do your own research. Do your own research because y'all can go based off stuff, but if you're not doing your own research to know the truth for yourself, you just can believe whatever anybody tells you, elder or not. So yeah, do your own research. That's always my thing. You don't have to believe what I'm saying. I'm only
Yeah.
saying based off the research that I do know and was done that I know this and what I'm saying. So if you want to penetrate your blood brain barrier, baby, go ahead. I'm not gonna stop you.
Yeah, no, like everything you say is like I did the research, I see it, but that the human, the physical in me, I'm just like, oh, whatever, I'm still gonna do it. Like you
Absolutely.
sometimes got that thing, you're like, I'm still gonna do it until like your subconscious, they just like your conscious and your subconscious align, and then it just be like, that is really, really,
And that's and what I'm saying is that's like okay, and when I do say that, I'm just gonna mean I'm really just telling you to take caution with it. So that means don't eat garlic with everything that you eat. Like you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
like
if you
slowly, like,
can't let
and
it
that's what I
go,
do. Like
if you can't
now
let
I'm
it
doing that.
go and you have a connection with it, that is that like it's really an attachment. But that is that strong, then make sure you do your diligence that every time you're eating a meal that you're not putting garlic in
And
it. Or
but you like, now you say this, right? Now you're saying this. I went back to one Sunday. I had her cough, like her asthma cough the other day, and within me, I remember what her dad say about no garlic. But then I let others get back into my head about mixing the garlic and the lime thing, right? So all the other stuff that I was doing previously before I did the garlic, and that goes back to where you say like it is like it just kills both, right? Is because she was progressing with all the other stuff that I was doing, with the lime, the ginger, all that stuff. She was progressing, and the cough was like almost gone. I came home because of something that was said, and I grated the garlic and I gave her the lime, and instant her coughing came back. And I had to start all over again. So that literally, like when you said that, that literally just reminded me of something that literally just happened like over a week ago, and it's like shit.
so
Like,
boom, here's an example if that person is still watching. So it's just
yeah,
like, I'm saying what I'm saying because it's the truth. Like I can understand where certain people could have said it and used it, but I mean, unless they were doing something else to make sure the probiotic was
to
more,
balance it out. And that's,
yeah,
I think that's how we
like,
got tricked with the understanding of that, is because then we then go back and find something to balance it back out. So it matches. So it's like, okay, when we do eat garlic, we got it matched with all these other great things. So that's what I think it doesn't really do, like too much damage or whatever, if that's the case where it goes in that. And that's why I tell people, when you know better, you do better, because it's like so much of the things that we thought was good for us is only now that I'm understanding about hybrids and what all of that even mean,
girl.
right? I didn't know that. I was so far into that. But that's
What's
another
another one
topic.
that people love to use all the time that is not good for you? Honey. Girl,
Yep.
I can go. Oh, I wish they were still here because I can go down a list of things that you've been told that is good for you, and it's really not.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you, honey. First of all, even babies are not supposed to have honey.
Mm-hmm.
It literally can, and it like stop their breathing, and it spikes up your sugar like immediately as soon as you take it.
Yeah.
Also, it's a processed sugar.
Yeah.
The bees process it. Another thing, why are you taking their food?
But
You're rude.
another thing is like people don't understand that the bees are like a lot of things is like all the things we eat. We don't understand that these insects, animals, they're in distress when they're doing these things, because look at the environment that the bees have to be in to harvest this. Do you really think that they enjoy it when that they're like usually going from flower to flower just
And they just
you
come
know
and take it. You humans just come and take it. Like that's not their food.
No, like
Do
it's like
you go through
you're
hybrid?
helping me now. You're speaking about these things. You're helping me to understand like some certain like things that I'm like, I know it, but sometimes you try to look at the blind way, but then the harsh reality comes to you, and it's like you either deal with it now or you continue to just look the other way.
Deal with the consequences.
And exactly, and that's where it's like because being like I think I don't know if you were on when I was saying that my partner and I had a brain tumor, and that was like when how my awakening came back, right? Because
You
it's
had to
always
be
sometimes
a
you
medicine woman.
right. So it was like that happened, and it was like at that time I was like I was bigger, like people like was saying like, oh, you look good because you got the curves and whatever and it looks good, but within yourself that is unhealthy. That was a lot of just fries because I still wasn't eating meat because I grew up vegetarian, right? So I was just eating like the fries, but the fries ain't doing anything but clogging my arteries, like like it's just grease at the end of the day. So as a hairstylist, being behind a chair, you don't eat all day. So at the end of the day, you're just looking for something quick and fast, and you just do what? You go home and you sleep. So that is like your body just working. So it just came on and it came on, and every time I would be like, oh, I'm gonna do something. So long story short, I was at that point when that happened to him, I was like overweight in my eyes, right? So it was like all this craziness is happening. I'm trying to figure out, process it because I'm like, it's not making any sense, until then I had to bring myself out of the situation and look from it on the outside. And I was like, this is happening to this person, but this is also a wake up call for you. you know, because sometimes you want it to happen to you. You think it's gonna happen to you, but it's not gonna happen to you. It's happening to people
Somebody,
around you or in close proximity, so you can get like a reality check and understand like shit, I gotta change some things. You know, like this is happening. This person's supposed to be healthy. What about me? If I'm acting this way, I'm not healthy. What's gonna happen to me in return?
and that's a good point you just made too, because I think like people can just look at you on the outside and think that you're healthy. Bro, baby, no.
That's
Because even
true.
the healthiest people who, I don't care if they work out 100 times a day, if you're eating trash, your insides is trash.
Hmm.
You are what you eat. I don't care how much you exercise. So, because, you know, you can look at athletes sometimes and be like, oh, well, they're building. That's just muscle, baby. What does your mucus lining look like? What does your intestines look like? Like, you understand what I'm saying? I feel like
Yeah.
the same pressure
Did you
that
get a
y'all
colon
apply
cleanse? Like, do
to
you do
look outside,
detoxing? Mm-hmm.
do you do the same thing on the inside? Are you making sure you're cleaning your insides? Are you making sure you're giving your time for your insides to actually reset? Because for me, I don't eat before noon. I don't.
I do that too. I don't eat before noon.
It's so unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
For what? Give your time body to flush out. That's why every morning, y'all should be taking a shit every morning. If y'all don't take a shit every morning, you're backed up. Because where's all that food you ate yesterday? And if not yesterday, the day before.
It's
Are
gluttony.
you?
It's gluttony. You know, a lot of people always thinking that they need all this food, but really and truly, you can survive off a bare minimum. And you see the stages that we're heading to that people think is not gonna happen. You can have no choice but to learn how to live off a minimum because the scarcity that they're creating, the fake scarcity, where like there's not gonna be anything on the shelf because there's another fear factor that they're trying to embed in your
Oh
mind.
yeah, all the
You're
facts.
not gonna have your mind because you're in your gluttony stage. You're gonna think you're gonna die from just not having enough food, but you have enough. This bear alone is enough.
Girl, as long as I can get my herbs every day, I am good, literally. Like, because this is my minerals. This is my vitamins. And as long as I go outside and get the sun, baby, I
I
am
was now
fully.
about to say that people don't understand just going in the sun you can full up.
I'm about to go outside right fucking now. Stop playing. Dead ass. I'm about to go outside right now.
But
Because,
like you know, it's like people just don't realize that we have the power to heal ourselves because when I was saying with that situation, it was end up basically like healing himself, you know, like we didn't have the understanding at that time to understand like you know what, we wouldn't necessarily had to do the surgery, but because of the fear that was embedded and it happened and we didn't know, we succumbed to their thing about let's do the surgery, which now is like a big regret in their life, you know, but it's like, you know what, when we know better, we do better. So like we know what not to do because a remainder of the tumor was left after the surgery and it was supposed to be radiation or chemo. And in my head, I was like, I don't know if I want more kids or not. And I don't definitely ain't got no money to be paying to freeze any eggs and doing any artificial BS. So, you know, you gotta figure out a way to like get back healthy. And that's when he went into the Dr. Sebi diet hard, like hardcore Dr. Sebi, like alkaline, doing all of these things. And he got back to himself healthy. And the remainder when we went after the MRI was given, the remainder of the tumor was gone. He was like, I
boom,
don't know,
self-healing. Stop
right?
playing. Y'all never have to go outside of yourself to heal. Never. Never.
No,
Never.
because only after
And
he started to learn about Dr. Sippy, he understand that if he had just changed the diet and did that, that tumor would have shrunk enough that he could have sneezed it out. But we didn't know because we
to
just
answer
listened to
his
the
question,
sizable, huh?
he has a question. He said, what
Oh,
type of herbs would you suggest for everyday drinking? So if you're drinking every day, you are putting a lot of stress on your liver. So the teas that I would suggest for you would be milk thistle. It's really good for the liver. Dandelion, really good for the liver. I'll also do ginger too. I think there's like maybe burdock. I think is in that list too. But yeah, dandelion, milk thistle, and yeah, ginger.
mhm.
hmm
Yeah.
But yeah, stop going outside yourself for healing, because the first, literally, medicine is the food that you eat.
Exactly.
As
And
long
that
as you
goes
do
back to what
that.
you were saying about why the elders was taking all this medication. And I spoke about it last night in my like rant venting. And I was like, okay, we grow up and we see our elders with a bunch of pills that they take every single day for diabetes and pressure. That was the main two, basically, in melanated people growing up that you would hear about. And they were taking this medication to the death of them. It never like changed anything or solved any problem, but they were taking it religiously. But if at that time we had the understanding to change it, they will be able to heal and not take that medication anymore.
So he's like, things guys can't agree on garlic and honey. As an asthmatic, there are two foods that save me from my illness being a lot worse, a lot worse. That's not internet research, that's facts. So
I can speak
again,
on that. For
I
me and my daughter both having asthma, and like, at my time, like if you think and you believe that something is working, your body is going to make you think that is working, and like I grew up taking both of those, and in my mind, I thought it was soothing my throat and it was doing all these things just to wake up the next day with the same feeling again, and we got to do it again until then, like whatever else and whatever, then it ended up like clearing up. It was always then taking my Ventolin inhaler, and at that time I was like, I had like the mask, the thing that used to help to just open up as a kid.
yeah, the humidifier thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I can't remember what we call it, but yeah.
So I'm gonna say this to, I don't know who this person is, but I'll say that first of all, if you're melanated, you are very powerful. Like you can just really do a melanin. That's really what separates us from everybody else. Again, you are a god, so you can definitely manifest and believe whatever you want, and it will come into fruition. Now, that's where the internet information or whatever will never come or be anything to when it comes to like your intelligence and your godliness, if that makes any sense. But what I'm saying is still the facts. Like, regardless of what happened to you personally, when it comes to like a fact that, you know what I mean? There's facts, but then there's you. Because again, you are a God. So if you are believing this is working for you, and the body is very intelligent, and again, if you're also melanated, you have a lot of pluses in that department. But if you just want to go based on what is fact, the fact is those are just the real, like, when it comes to those products, garlic, honey, those are just the real facts of it. It
Like
does
my thing
spike your
to honey,
sugar.
why I end up just leaving the honey is because when you get to the level of understanding and you're woke, you don't want to harm any living
Or
being
take
at
away.
all,
Or
right?
take
So you don't,
away.
right? So you don't want to deprive them from any situation. You want them to be free because truly within you, you want to be free. So why we capturing stuff like that's all. When I find it very ironic when the whole like lockdown situation had happened, right? And everybody was having a very hard time inside. But is that not what we did to the animals in the zoo? They deal with that on a day-to-day basis, but we keep them for our enjoyment, that we can go in and we can see and we can pet. But it wasn't our enjoyment when we had to be inside against our will. It was fine, like it was like craziness, but we're just still going to the zoos to like for our enjoyment. How
Yeah.
you really
So
think these animals feel?
that's definitely like that's the like a deeper understanding that a lot of people won't come to, because you feel like you're a god, so therefore, or a human in this,
Mhm.
matrix, that you feel like your life is better or worth more or valuable than another, even insects. So there's a lot of things that people don't put into play. And you like, really, the honey thing, when Crystal broke that down for me, that shit hurt me. I felt sad inside, because I was just like, damn, we really just taking all their food like that, and they're just doing all this fucking work. I'm like, do you understand? They take the pollen, they throw that shit up to produce it. Do you know how much work have you thrown up before? Do you know how much that takes from you? And then you think you're human and you want this shit, because what you want, you gotta have, right? And you come take their shit, and then you hear instinct like bees are on the verge of extinction, I wonder fucking why. You keep taking their motherfucking food.
Mhm.
And hello, anything that you were meant to eat is a plant. It grows. And guess what? They grow again and
It
again and
reproduce.
again. So
Mhm.
you who think honey is good for you, that's fucked up. I'm just being real with you. Because if you was that bee, you would feel some type of way after you put all that fucking work in. And guess who somebody think they're big balls coming here and taking your shit. So next time you want to take honey, please think about that. Put yourself in that bee's position. Because I don't think that's cool. That's just me personally.
Mhm.
But take that, and that's why I said y'all don't think deep. Y'all just think everything is just whatever. Because whatever y'all want, y'all just need to have.
Yeah.
Disregard to anybody else, right? Or what you taking from.
That right there, because it's like we always just like, as I keep telling people, it's at the end of the day, like, people don't understand that we are the ones that is gonna cause it to end. We are our, like, we're our biggest enemy at the end of the day. We don't realize the destruction that we're doing. Like the whole setback. Like, did you not see when you did went back outside how clean the air was? Like it felt like new. It was just like amazing to get back outside. It was just like, just seeing everything, it just was like it had a reset. It was so beautiful. The skies was literally blue, like you could actually see the sky and the clouds, and it didn't just look cloudy. You could have breathed so well, because it was like Mother Nature put us inside for a reason, for us to, like, she was basically helping
She's
us.
like, y'all need to stop destroying this shit for a second.
But we didn't even see that. We just went back into
I mean,
just
we
thinking.
seen that,
We
but
seen
I
that, but other
didn't
people
see
didn't see
that.
that. People just think about the inconvenience.
Oh,
They were just looking at all of these other things, and I was like, okay, like, I'm not for people trying to make me not do something, like, against my will, like telling me to do something. I'm not for that. But I was just looking at the benefits of Mother Nature, how she was able to heal, because we neglect Mother Nature. We don't even realize the
oh,
gifts that Mother Nature produced, but we just take it for granted. Like, I'm looking outside right now, I can see the birds flying. People go and buy birds and have them in cage. Why am I putting my bird? Like, me and Rico had this discussion yesterday. I say, listen, if I do have a bird, I will have to make sure I have a property and it can freely fly. And if it wants to come in the house, it can come in the house and it do that type of thing. But I'm not gonna buy a bird and just put my bird in a cage. Like, why am I gonna do that? Do I want someone to just buy me and be in a
would
in
you
a
like to
cage?
be in prison?
Do
Would
you
you
think
like
that
to?
the kids that are being trafficked, they actually enjoy whatever situation they're in right now? Like, so we gotta stop just thinking for like what the eyes can see and go deeper with our thoughts. We have the power to go deeper with our thoughts. When we question things and we try to make it make sense and align, like you start to be like, the feelings, you can't tell me you're not gonna feel it, because I feel every single thing, and that's how I know that I'm on the right track. I always tell people, like, for me, because I see some people that they become woke, and I think that's why some people don't like people that became woke, because they get their ego inside and they look down on others. But I'm a type of person, and I can feel with you, is that we are woke, but we trying to enlighten others to be woke because we understand it. We're not trying to talk down or anyone, but to people they might think is talking down, because it's a hard truth that they got to deal with, and anything that's feeling uncomfortable, they really don't like it because they
Mm-hmm.
enjoy being comfortable. But sometimes you gotta hear the hard facts, and like the truth is like the truth hurts. It always does hurt. That's why people always end up telling lies, because it's easier. You're telling somebody what they want to hear, so it's easier to lie. But the truth, it hurts, but it's what is necessary. It is what is needed, because you're not growing.
Ah, look at that. The truth hurts, but guess what? The truth allows you to heal. Okay? So even for like me just coming at like y'all for a second for about the honey, I'm only coming at y'all because I want y'all to understand how deeply this
No,
shit
I want you
goes.
to understand and overstand, because they are
Yes.
understanding right now. They need to go
Yeah.
deeper with it. And I keep telling people,
Because
it's not like we being aggressive or we coming at anybody, but it's like, it's just It's
Passion.
just passion. It's just for you to understand. It's just for you to, it's just perspective at the end of the day. And that's why I always tell people when I say something. So last night with my van, I know some people are going to take it the wrong way, but I'm not coming at them per se because not everybody's doing these things, you know, but it's like you got to say because the ones that they felt uncomfortable, that message was for you. But if you feel okay,
Boom.
that was not for you. You know that.
Boom.
You know where you're doing and you know that you're in alignment. And that's why I tell people it's like it's just like putting your ego aside and understand what your mission is. Understanding and knowing and truly loving yourself and waking up the God within. Every time I do a video, I'm always like, know yourself, love yourself, embrace yourself. Remember, knowledge, apply is power plus love, and everything you need is within you. You just got to continue to tap into your godly energy. And that's how I always say, I be like, you got limitless potential. Don't think small. Stop limiting yourself because anything that you want, you can attract. Whatever you speak, you can bring into your reality. And that's where it's just giving people life because I understand I had to speak life into myself in order to get where I'm at right now.
Yep.
It was me speaking life into myself because I spoke death into myself for years. And that's why I was a zombie walking around. That's why I was a lost soul walking around because I was just speaking death into myself until I had to take a look in the mirror. Literally take a look in the mirror. And my coach started me tell me, have a fuck it party and literally say any ugly thing that I could have possibly like ever say or any mean thing anyone ever said in my head. And the tears was falling, everything until I couldn't cry anymore. And then I look in that same mirror and I was like, you are beautiful. You are enough. Everything you need is within you. It's like I had to rid that shit from my system completely and then rebuild myself because that's our power.
Yep.
And you gotta tap into it.
The God in you.
Because if you don't tap into it, unfortunately, you're gonna get stuck in their world instead of your world.
That's not a world you want to live in. I'm just saying. But yeah, no, the health piece be a big, big, big one for me. Because again, I'm telling you, you're talking to a person who quit nursing school like on purpose. You're talking to a person who is going down like the herbalist route, doula route. Like there's a lot of things that my ancestors, my elders used to do, even when it came to liquor. Well, put a little dash here, bro. That's a poison. But your elders did it, and apparently it worked, right? Bro, there's
And
a
they
lot of
live
things.
long, but people don't understand they live long because the melanin in them, the power, the natural power that they
That is
have.
another thing that a big part that people don't grasp. Melanin. It makes everything in your body function. Everything, everything, everything. That's why I also said it right now. If you're not melanated and you're getting that thing, you're at more risk because at the end of the day, these things are a target for us, the melanated people, because they want to destroy the melanin. But our melanin is so intelligent. Melanin, it adapts so well. Like, you know how like tumors or whatever happen? That's the melanin working because it's isolating that toxin in a certain area. That's what it does. It does amazing things. That's why, like, you can look at, when the crack came out, when it came to black people were able to function after a certain time. Like, it just became, that's what melanin does. So when you're being like, oh, well, I'm the exception, or like, oh, this works for me, baby, if you're melanated, yes, you are, like, it does amazing things. That's why
That's the
when it
power
comes
within
to our,
yourself.
that's also why when it comes to our people, you're hearing a lot of people like, oh, there's not really effects. Oh, there's not really effects with me. Baby, it's because you're melanated. Like, I don't think y'all understand it. Because if you really Google and you really search for the non-melanated people who got it, their effects is crazy. Whole arms is like non-existent. Paralyzed. Like crazy stuff. So when
And
I
that's
say
why I tell people
this,
it's backfiring. That's why the more compliance is coming because they're backfiring. People, the thing is like all the censorship. Like I said last night, people think the little glitch in the system the other day with this being down and the other two being down
oh, it's a
is
setup.
like I was like, you know that there's gonna be
It's
a
a
lot more of
test.
that. A lot more of that is gonna happen, and so many people are gonna be lost.
Girl,
That's
that's why we
what.
can't say the word no more on live because it was the upgrade they were doing, baby. Every time you think, oh, something go down, no, nothing went down. They're testing you. They want to see how crazy y'all get. They're
It
updating
is
shit.
so, yes,
They're
Rashida,
doing
our
stuff.
melanin is powerful. It is so powerful. Like people like listen, and this is to go even deeper, but you can only briefly say. So it's gonna be in like a parable or a puzzle. And I know you're gonna understand, but others that hear it, you go and do your research, right? You see that melanin right now? Look and see where like did anybody go and look for the all the black colored women and kids that are missing? Where you think is where you really think was happening? That melanin is being taken out. They find some way to take it out so that it can benefit others.
Melanin is the only science there is to keep it simple with you, I guess. Melanin, like, the only studying they can do is you. You know how they want to talk about the pineal gland? What people don't understand is that it's just a pure ball of melanin. It literally suspends in the middle of your brain like its own galaxy, its own solar system.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're such a target, baby. That's why I keep on saying, like, people don't understand this war. There's a lot of wars going on, spiritual, internal, whatever.
A
But you
lot.
know, the only thing that's being studied, baby, just go look at the most expensive thing, like worth on this earth, is melanin. It's worth more than gold. I don't know.
Right?
I
I
don't
was
under.
about to tell you that. And where do you think, Hope, that's where I said that point earlier because no, you just hit it home. Where do you think they got it? Like, where is it coming from that
Spaceships,
they
you
can
know,
sell it?
spaceships, right? What do you think they
Mhm.
cover the spaceship with? Melanin.
And
Melanin
people
is in
wonder.
everything.
People
Melanin is the
wonder.
space.
Hmm.
It creates melanin is just the carbon. It's just the when you really go down to it. And every carbon's in everything. So
Hmm.
you have always been the science. You have always been the target. Because think about it. If melanin is just so powerful like this, and it can manipulate, and it can just do great things, imagine if you lack it, and what does that mean for you? Those are the simple questions you just must
That's
ask
what
yourself.
I tell people. Like, I try not to, because I don't like the politics. I can handle the backlash. Because I know whenever I say things, the backlash come from
Oh,
the
I
people
don't
that
care.
are doing it. But I'm to the point that I don't care. But it's like the stigma that end up coming into our melanated people like life, where everybody think it's okay to be fair. They're doing all these things trying to get, rid of.
Asian.
Yeah, they're trying to just like be
The
done
self
with
hate is
this.
so real.
And it is like you guys don't understand. Like it's fine. You might be looking cute and pretty in your eyes. You're thinking that, but you're not thinking all the other issues that's gonna come after. Like,
You know, this planet was made for melanated people.
what do you think could be hard? But the thing is that the craziness is like you're doing something. You have to run from the sun, and you're depriving yourself from the natural things that your body needs to reproduce and like help survive in this crazy toxic world right now. That's the download. That's the recharging, and people don't understand it. I never understand why people be running. Like when I go home, I'm gonna tell you, like the sun in Barbados is no joke. Like it's
Right, right.
no
Oh,
joke.
girl.
Like that thing is hot. Like it's damn hot. But when I do, I have to trick my mind. I had to channel in like being here in the winter as I receive it because I know the benefits that I'm gonna have. But if I put my mind in it and I physically connect like everything, I'm gonna be sweating buckets, and I'm gonna be so uncomfortable. But it's
Mm-hmm.
all about the mind. If
Right.
people would then start to realize, like people at home, I tell people it's all about channeling your mind and thinking something else, and you will see that you are not gonna be that hot or that sweaty. People are like, "What?" I'm like, "It's the
Mind
power
over
within
matter.
us."
Mind
I
over
tell people
matter.
that mind over matter, definitely. People don't understand that we are like that. Like people don't understand how powerful we are. That's why I always tell people, don't like sister, brother. It doesn't matter what situation you are in life. You have the power to overcome it. There's always someone out there that is going through worse off than you. You gotta understand that. You look at what you need to do in order to get out to these hardships or any hard time or any battle that you're going through. You have to sit down and be grateful. You have to sit down and look at what you
Yes.
do have and be grateful for it. And then you can change your wording and be like, it would be amazing if I can acquire this, or when, or even better yet, just start vigiling that it's already done. You already have it and it comes quicker.
Yes, and to piggyback on that, it was just like, right, people
Veggie
want
back.
to
I learned
be.
that the other day. Veggie
Oh
back
yeah.
off of that.
Honestly, I take that back because that sounded like some Caucasian shit that I don't really care about. So let me, whatever. But I
What?
just, yeah, because you know when you say some things and then it process a little bit and it's just like, I don't like that. But yeah, I was gonna say, what were you just saying?
No, we was talking about shit. That went fast. Think that.
Oh no, like up and downs, yes. Like
Yes.
going through things in life,
Oh
right?
yeah, 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 yeah.
I just wanted to piggyback on that because I said it again
Veggie back.
because
Veggie back. Veggie back off of that.
go back
Veggie back
on
off
that
of that.
because imagine if our life was just easy all the time, right? I
Yeah.
think people would love to like live in that like fairy tale, like La La Land and stuff like that. But I'm
That's
just
gonna
like,
get bored.
but the hard time is what makes you like, it keeps you grounded. It
Yeah,
really
people don't
does.
understand that.
It makes you, like you were saying, be grateful. You know what I mean? Because look at how far you come, or all these accomplishments, or all these things you're able to obtain, because you remember when you had nothing, right? And I think again, ABC, adversity builds character, right? Because you have to become unmoved, unpenetrable. Like, you know what I mean? That's the only way you get better at this shit. Like, I feel like, anyways.
Yeah.
And when it becomes easier, because I feel like the more bad that you can handle and like you can just flow with it and just like move with it, that's the real power. That's when you can really manifest because ultimately, when you're in those low places, you can only go up. Like, like there's only you can
Wait, wait,
only
wait.
go
I
up.
forgot. I got my example right there. Wait. Wait. Let me hit it.
uh and I
Right there, you
think
can
those,
only go up.
and just like, you know, what as above so below, what goes up must come down. It's all the same thing. You can't just be up all the time. You gonna have to fall sometime because
But
you
isn't
have
that
to
not going
enjoy
back
the going
like
back up
Squid
part.
Game? This isn't wasn't that not the Squid Game?
Because at the end of those games, oh, they found themselves. At the end of those games, they understand. They had to go through that shit because the real life that they were living, I don't think they would ever be able to get to that understanding had they not went through that shit. There's just certain things you just have to like really go through and understand that just because you grow through things, which you said, I love that, doesn't make you those things. You know what I'm saying? It can only just make you better and grow from it because again you're at a low point, right? So all you can do is grow up, all you can do is expand. So
Mhm.
those low moments is what keeps you grounded.
Definitely.
Those low moments is what keeps you rooted. Those low moments are the reminders that yes, all this shit is good, but all this shit can be taken away.
Right? Like people don't understand that. Like people, I feel like people just
And
like.
how would you handle that? Because I think those are what those low, because it's just like, yeah, you've been on a good man with to handle these things. Because at these points, you probably are manifesting crazy things. Like, you know what I mean? But are you still worthy? Are you still deserving? So, yeah, the universe gonna fucking test you. Because if you're not testing yourself, how you gonna know? How you,
Right?
that's how you know. It's when you're
It is
tested,
so true.
honestly.
When you go through
Yeah.
shit, it's how you know. It's when you
Because when people say
experience
that, you say,
it.
no, you really think it's like the memories just come into your head and pop up like, shit, that really connect. That is only until you in another season that you love that trial and tribulation, you understand why it had to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like in this whole journey, whenever every time I level up and I look back, I'd be like, shit, like, you know. So now when my trials and tribulations come, you know, like if I, that's why I don't really like sharing anything that I'm going through with people, because then their fear then try to come on me. This is why they always say you have to go through what you're going through by yourself, because when
Mm-hmm.
you put too many people in your business, you got too many opinions in your
Trying
ears.
to
So
fix something,
now,
help. It wasn't for you. I gotta figure this shit out. I gotta do this for
exactly. So
me.
you not even thinking clearly. You didn't realize that you got scattered brain right now. So the information that is allowing you to move forward right now is so much gibberish that it just causing you more pain that it was supposed to cause you in the first beginning. But if you just keeping it within yourself and you just work through. Look at these. You got always look
Ah.
at things. Well, you know what? This life is for you, because as we were saying, this is usually for Sunday, not right now. 4 hours. Okay, like this kid, she's like, she know, we talked about this the other night, she know I give her
Mm.
the understanding of why she shouldn't be eating these things, but she literally just tried to show me crave cupcakes. She was like trying to program my mind. These kids be programming your mind to do what they want, you know. She was programming my mind from last night about these crave cupcakes, you know. Wake up first thing in the morning, crave cupcakes, then
Program.
before she
Wow.
said crave cup, and then now
That's
she
what they
actually went,
do.
because I told her maybe they're not open today. She actually just went and find on the internet, Mom, they're actually open till 5. So that's another programming. You think that
You see the
you think she's
action
done
though?
this?
Do you see a manifestation? Yo,
The
if that's an
persistence,
example, so imagine a child is able to do that to their parent, right? Imagine what the government and the system is doing to you. What
right?
she only started last night. She only started last night, and she was able
Right?
to put it into action, put it into your mind. She was able to plant a seed, and she was watering. Then this morning
And
she
you think
continued
that
to
it
water.
end there? That even end there until I get up and physically go get them. The watering is gonna continue
Oh
going
yeah,
throughout the day, you know, because no, this new one that she just came with, she tried to put a time to it, you know. So then my
oh,
subconscious mind now is gonna look here and be looking at the
at the
time,
time, yeah.
like make it make sense all the time, and like this never seems to this does not deceive me at all. But that's where it
So
was like,
so why don't people program themselves? Imagine if
right,
you can program yourself. What could that do?
right. But you know
I
how I'm
wonder.
able, but you see the reason why I was able to catch that and we can have this dialogue is because I choose to wake up. If I was sleeping, I wouldn't even really know what she was doing, but my
Boom,
robot body is gonna get up and still do what she wants either way. But
boom.
now I have the choice. The choice is back to me, because I could choose to be like, you ain't getting it, or I'm gonna give it to you. But if I was in the programming, like not awake, I would have just did what she wanted. So kids
Period.
don't really like when you be this woke, right? They challenge you so much because we're making their
You gotta challenge
job
them back.
harder, right? It's harder for them now because they always come here and it's so easy. She's over here just laughing because she's wise beyond her. Like she supersedes me. She keeps me on my game. You
Yes,
know, that's why I don't slip up anymore, because I was distracted and I was away
yes,
from her. But COVID made me align with her, you know, for me to then understand that why she chose me. She chose me for me to keep making the
keep doing
plans
it.
right now for her, because if I'm not making the plans right now for her, she has to do it when she gets here, you know. So if parents don't open up and see what their mission is, your mission is not what to tell them, you know. They actually, like, they are our teachers. You might not know that, but when
I
you
keep saying
understand,
it.
you understand. So she comes here and she's like trying to say these things, you know. She literally, like, man, she made me check myself, and like the guilt the guilt is real when she make me check myself, you know, and it's not intentionally like, but
It's not for the weak though.
it is
We
not for
keep
the weak,
saying
man.
it.
Because
It's
sometimes, like,
not
I will cry and
easy.
weep like a baby when she, but not letting her see, but letting it, because like shit,
It hit.
you know,
It
it
hit.
hits deep because you then realize like you wasn't realizing you were doing that. That was the programming that you had from a kid. You got to realize that you were supposed to break the generational curse. You doing exactly what you said you wasn't going to do to the kid that happened to you. So it's so much understanding and overstanding that you have to do, you know, and that's why like I feel the universe align us together, because it's to have our taking you to church Saturdays or whenever
Yes.
we come on here is because it's like sometimes people have to hear the hard truth, you know, and they got to go do their own research for themselves. And it's just like us just giving you little nudges because we didn't get this. For us to do
Right.
this was we acquired this from our own pain. We
Yeah.
changed that pain, you know, around. We had to move out of surviving mode and go into thriving mode. We had to
Thriving.
start living and living in the present because we are so in the past and the future. We're not actually living in the now, which is the most important. So we lose all the cues. Universe is always showing us ways. They're always giving us the easy way, but we are distracted. So we
We
never
love to learn the hard way.
we learned the hard way, and that's where it goes back to, like, you know, the trials and the tribulations waking me up and helping me to understand this, you know. And I realized I had to change the perspective of it and be like, these things were not meant to kill me, but to only make me stronger. You know, there's something that I need to learn in this scenario, because if I didn't need to learn something, it wouldn't be happening. But I learned how to decipher the two and understand that, like, you know, when something is beyond my control and it's not my fight, and when something is in my control and it is my fight. There's a difference in that, and you'll be able to find it as you like start doing your deeper thoughts and stuff like that. So I understand, like, you know, life, in order for it to keep going, there's always going to be a problem for you to solve, because if there's not a problem for you to solve, then why are you here? What are you supposed to be
What are we
doing?
really doing?
As
But yeah, and I also think we don't give the universe enough credit. I really don't think we do.
we do
Because
not.
the universe is always conspiring for us. And so when things happening, instead of wondering what the universe is trying to tell me, we don't listen, or we disregard, or we just think we know better. So we're going to do what we want to do. And we just get taught the hard lessons over and over again. Over and over again. And it's just like, can y'all just listen? Like, I really just be like, okay, I know y'all want to be a child and want to do what y'all want, but sometimes y'all gotta listen, like, for real, because it be in front of our faces all the time, but we don't even take the time.
We don't, because we always want the easy way out. That's where like mankind is right now. Hey Stacy, that's where mankind is right now. It's like we just like enjoy the easy way out. You know, we don't want to take responsibility of anything, so we
I
let
mean,
others.
look, nobody wants to do the research,
Right?
and it's
So
at the literally the palm of your hand.
it is right there. So at the end of the day, when we put ourselves in this situation, you have to deal with the facts that you put yourself here. You have to look yourself in the mirror and stop blaming people for your bullshit and take responsibility, you know, and understand, like, okay, I got myself here. How I'm going to fix this now? Okay, I'm going to forgive myself, because when you know better, you do better. I'm not going to continue dwelling and keeping myself in a prison again, because you don't need to be a prisoner of your mind. You need to control that.
A lot of people are a prisoner of their own mind, and y'all really think y'all need to go to prison to do that? Y'all don't have to be in an actual prison. Like, I really think y'all don't be taking y'all be taking everything literal, and that's your problem. Even the Bible. Y'all be taking things too literal and not really reading between the lines or getting the deeper meaning of things. Because I will always bring it up as an example too. Kanye said y'all chose to be a slave and y'all got mad. Why? Because y'all couldn't understand what he was saying. So if you couldn't understand what he was saying, then you were clearly a slave.
Definitely. I'm trying to live in this reality, but I'm not the same place over and over. I'm doing the work
So I'm
finally.
doing the work finally.
Exactly. That's like
Congratulations, sis.
You
Where that's
are.
a prime age, because trust me, this adults
That's the
double,
age that
triple your
I'm
age
heading.
still don't get it,
Yep. That's the age
or
I'm
still haven't
headed
done the work.
into. I'm headed into that in a couple months. Whew, exciting.
So I'm so happy for you, because honestly, the journey that you're on right now is gonna be so magical, because you won't get your power back. That's
That's
the
right.
journey. I think that's kind of the journey, is realizing your power and getting that shit back. Because from literally birth, we were saying it, from birth, that power was like kind of like stripped away from you. It was robbed from you. It was taken from you. And then more shit was just put in front of your eyes, put in front of your eyes, put in front of your eyes. So you was stripping it, get more and more and more as you grow. And it's not your fault, because it's literally all around you. It's your family, it's the systems, it's the indoctrinations, it's your religion. It is all these things that is put in front of you, and never did you really get the ample or the opportunity to be like, who the fuck am I? What am I capable of?
It's
What
true.
is my power? What am I supposed to do? Why am I
Sunday,
here?
I'm gonna do
Why did I
it.
choose this? And what is going on? How about that? What is really going on? Because once you realize it and your eyes are open, whoo, baby, you can see everything.
Let me see. Sometimes you put in the word and don't get the results. Heard a pastor said the other day, most work at a place in life that isn't your journey to take. Yeah, and that's what we were speaking about earlier. We were like, okay, so the reason why people put it in the word and not getting results is because it's like they're either doing the same thing and not switching it up to see what else needs to be fixed, or they let the ego get in, and become big headed and thinking because of the little they already know, they're running with that, not understanding that they're limiting themselves. And there's so much more for you to go out there and find, because we got limitless potential, right? And
And
it's like,
limitless time. So I think the results that you're looking for, are you being realistic with yourself? Okay?
mhm,
Because we need to understand, how many years were you programmed?
right? And that's when we was
How
talking
many
about,
years do you think it's gonna take for you to unprogram yourself? We have to be realistic. We have to be patient with ourselves. We have to be, a child doesn't learn how to crawl overnight. A child is not like boom overnight. It takes time. So the results you're probably looking for, I think you're putting a time limit on it, or you're expecting something and you just gotta flow with it. And make sure that, okay, if you're not seeing the results of what you're doing, what else could you be doing? Or figure out what you're doing wrong.
right?
Because insanity is thinking that you can do the same thing over and over again and get a different result. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? So you need to analyze. I always say self auditing is
Yep.
very important. You need to
What we
check
was
yourself.
talking about
Don't be
earlier.
waiting for somebody to check you. You don't
You
want
gotta
that.
check
First of
yourself.
all, you don't want nobody checking you, because when it do, it don't even feel right and you get
I don't feel
upset.
right. Exactly. Because then you fall into yourself. So like for April, everything you were saying we spoke about earlier. Like, we went back into all of that about how some people get it at different levels. And what we don't admire in this community is the ones that acquire it and then they look down on the ones that are now starting. And we were talking about everybody gets there in their own time, whichever pain that they have to go through, it comes, or sometimes it comes different. No one's stories is ever really alike when it comes to like waking up. Has to be checked.
Some aren't here to play, some are put to coach. I mean, I definitely feel like there's definitely people who, they know their mission is to like help others, but in actuality, when you're helping others, you're really helping yourself. Imagine, to be a coach, you have to constantly check yourself. To
Right?
be a teacher, you have to constantly be a student. To be, any leader, you have to have followed, like, you know what I mean? Or had to have like be able to, you know, take like advice, take direction, because you don't get into those positions because you thought you knew it all. You don't get
Right?
into those positions because you thought you was it. It's because you're able to learn from somebody else. It's because you're able to see in everybody else what you see in yourself, and you want to be that example and you want to exude that. So I think people get caught up, like even us right now having this conversation, we do not know it all. Like,
Right?
But do we
Right. So,
want to
like for
share?
you, April, exactly, you can agree and still disagree because that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed
Boom.
to agree and disagree because that's how you get different perspectives. It's all about perspectives at the end of the day. But if some people come in with just like you're seeing something, but truly within you, and you're still fighting so hard, you're not really saying perspective. You're just trying to get your point across, and coming at it at the wrong angle. So that's why I always tell people it's all based on perspective, right? And that's why I always tell people I don't like have issues. Like me and you could disagree about things and we can still be good because we understand that's how we grow. Because that could be to another perspective. That could be to another person's reality
If we had
because
all the
our
same
realities
perspective,
aren't
it
the
would be
same.
boring.
Yes.
That's how we, but for
Exactly.
also
If
having
I
different
agree with everything you say, I'm not challenging you. And if you agree with everything I say, you ain't challenging me, you know? So we gotta challenge each other. And they'll be like, shit, that's a new one. And you will
and
see
then you
that
build.
we can be smiling and laughing about it because we just looking at different angles.
Because when you're able to see multiple perspectives, that's really how you learn. That's really how you gain wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Wisdom is the ability to see things in many perspectives. Like it's like you can't even see the black and white. There's it's just gray because there's so many ways to look at it. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be like, oh, it's this way, and no, it's like you're a fool because everybody is just this way and everybody is just that way, and we need to have different perspectives because it allows us to open our minds. Because if there was only one perspective, we would just all be a copy of each other. And what is the fun of that?
That's like when people say copy the red cat. Why am I copying you? We didn't walk a mile in the shoe. I can learn certain things about you, but I gotta find myself. That's why I tell people, okay, when people get it all twisted, they get so caught up in having like a coach and a mentor. Hi, they have a coach and a mentor, right? And then they end up worshiping that coach and mentor and they lost themselves. So it's like you admire certain characteristics of this coach and this mentor, but you don't want to completely become it because you're not living your truth. You're not doing what you were saying here to do because you end up embodying that person.
Excuse me, because I don't already like the whole picture thing on plus I study and I know fin work, so surely not going up. But what I was saying is that I disagree and I still agree and I can tell you why, right? I would really call it a challenge if we have different opinions. I see life different. I see that I love to hear others people's opinions and I love to see others people's options because my mind is open. For instance, I will show you an example. Being gay. I do not care if you're gay or you're
We talked about
bi
this
or
earlier.
whatever
Yeah.
because I just don't. I believe that everybody should live the life comfortable and however happy they are. My thing is, don't put it like it's an option. That makes sense?
That's what we
Like, if
spoke
we
about earlier, Cass, when you was talking
Yes,
about the laws and reproduction. Yeah.
yes,
is the children can obviously choose what's more fun. And let me be honest, there are a lot of gay people that are a lot of fun and the spirit real bubbly
We
and just
said
at
this
peace.
earlier. Yeah, it's so crazy how spirit aligns, and it just so you just bringing another perspective to what we had spoke earlier. Yep.
Why I say I disagree too is because some people are put on earth not to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean unsuccessful because there's different ways of successfulness. It could be spiritually, it could be emotionally, it could be physically. Physically, I mean, there are some people not to be successful. There are some people to push and reproduce success. They might reap from the success that they have built. For instance, mothers, Nicki Minaj's mother probably was not making a dime, but she reproduced something that has built to be successful. So that's why I say everybody ain't meant to play the game, but some people are meant to like mentor and coach because like life weird and we never know what we doing if it's right or wrong.
Wait, that
Like
right there. That right there, it is. And people get lost in this situation. And that's why I always tell people it's all positions that we play in at the end of the day. Because we reincarnate. So sometimes it's like we was here and we was rich. And we only came into learning that perspective. So now our perspective coming in as this new star seed is to just be a vulnerable, just see how it is to live down here, because that's how you get more education. Because we always come back because we need more. We want to learn different perspectives. That's why when I had to embrace all my multiple personalities, and I realized that's what made Say. And Say is just an acronym of my name, which is Shakira Analia Yearwood, and that's the label that I was given. So I find a way to rename it for me, because like Emmy did. You just need to claim your power back. So you give me that, but I'm gonna make it my power, and my reality, because I'm not going out there to define who I am. I'm going in here to find who I am.
Absolutely.
Another thing is that people will say yes, we know right from wrong because we feel it, but actually you are taught. Just like they show you multiple times that if you show a brain something long enough, it would stick in there. So whatever you teach is right and wrong. Not technically is right and wrong. Who doesn't know evil could be good and good could be evil, and we don't even know.
We talked
So
about
you
that
just
last
do.
Saturday. Last Saturday we spoke about that.
I just do whatever
Makes you happy.
makes me come at peace.
Boom.
Some things I have to sacrifice, I realize in life, and I find that if you are a real person and you gonna always speak your truth, you ain't gonna got a lot of supporters around you. I really mean that. You ain't gonna got a lot of supporters around you. You have to make that sacrifice, because most people that are real and real with the self don't be understood. That makes sense.
Yes.
And not that you
I
want
believe that,
They are
because
so easily
I
misunderstood.
can speak about that because of my reality. So many people fall off of me because they were in love with a different version of Shakira, one of my personas, right? And now that I combine them,
because it might not be your business, but end of the day, if you in my life, it's gonna affect me because I care and I love you. So it is my business. That's how I see shit.
what?
If you come to me,
Like, I ain't heard the beginning part. What you say?
you quiet
Mm-hmm.
and you don't say anything, because most people they say I ain't saying nothing because it ain't my business.
Mm-hmm.
But if you in my business, because if I claim that I care about you, it gonna affect me. It gonna be like, cheese, what Shakira going through this year though, when she could make a better, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Plus, if you keep coming to me with the same problem, how you gonna want me to find reality when you ain't even trying the first one that I teach you? Like,
Exactly. And that's
if you
why.
try and sign and ain't working, and if you what idea is okay to take it once, not gonna.
But you could build upon it, and that's why I say it's my truth, because so many people falling off of me because it's like I
People that
finally
don't understand.
found myself. I finally found myself, and I'm not taking on the personas that people give to me. So because I found myself now, people couldn't easily manipulate me, or I wasn't serving what I was supposed to be doing in their lifetime. So it was like I had no purpose for them anymore. They just removed themselves around me. I was not embedded in their behaviors anymore. I was just telling them and calling it how I see it, and they were not familiar with that version of Shakira, but that's truly who Shakira always was. So to other people, they're going to be looking at me from my past or whatever the case may be and be like, she living a life, that's not she. But I'm like, how you know? I'm not who I was yesterday. I'm forever evolving, so you don't even know me. If you think you know me yesterday, you don't even know me, because I don't even know myself, because I'm always learning and growing.
You just said some real stuff though, right? Because people stay in your life based on the ability of what you can do for them, right? Because as soon as you start saying no, or as soon as you're not available,
No one ever thinks itself. That's honestly, no one ever.
I couldn't hear.
I sound like she's saying no one ever finds themselves. We forever finding ourselves.
But it's the fact that as soon as you started losing friends, it's because you wasn't as, like you said, easily manipulated as you were before.
It's impossible. I'm right?
I can't hear. It cut
I know.
out. It's breaking out. We can't hear you. You cracking up, April. I can't hear you.
Tell you why no one ever finds their self, and why they use the change is always there. You always get change.
Exactly.
When I was younger, I eat chicken and chips and I used to eat that every day. But now, if I ain't cook food, I'd be like so annoyed. Like I ain't about eating that.
Because you're
Mindset different.
changing.
I used to feel bad and be like, cheese, no, like, I gonna make up, man. I know it's be like, fuck you and fuck that. I'm dealing with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dying white pan, I'm dealing with that. I can tell you something that I grew to love about myself. As I told you before, Shakira, as we talked before, my boyfriend gave me growth.
Yes.
And
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah.
some people is come in your life for a purpose and just for that season and just go along or whatever the case may be. Because to me, my mindset is be strictly for money and my children though. And when I tell you so, I mean seriously, like
Focus.
anything to get the money on my children. But for me to sell, for friends to come and say, look, let me go. You know what I mean? Are you gonna be like, nah, though, I'm about that there? Or are you gonna say, I ain't good, man? And you see me there come?
You don't.
Man, something not pretty for you here, can't go. I got a baby say, ain't so. But my mindset telling me, left that out. I left it out. You understand what I mean? People be like, oh, you just draw on a man all the time. I don't draw on a man all the time. You don't be running me on a day. And
People
if I choose
don't
to go,
understand
that's
that. People don't
because
understand that. People just think that like because you're in a relationship or something, it changed you. No, you're just in a different season in your life, and that's where you want to be.
When you grow old, who you grow old with, I've read before that you have to put all your money and your heart into your partner because that's the person that you're expecting to be with for a lifetime. But you gotta deal with that body annoying shit all the fucking time though. So like I could well get comfortable and try to build a bond of be talking and being friends and laughing at shit. Like we'd be so cool that they boxy, I feel like, babe, you see that boxy? She look good. I hitting here, showing here, and people be like, "When so weird," but we not weird.
But that's just
we
how
just
me and Rico used to be, like, just joking, just lucky. Because it's like, I'd rather you do it with me, like, that's weak, because then you can think that you can't, and you can go outside looking for something else.
That's the ego.
I know.
That's the ego.
But even if you are cool, go along and find somebody else. My mindset so fucked up is that like if you go along, bye.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, Cass. Where we were talking about, it was all about attachment. We don't got no attachment, so it's okay.
I would be friends with you because we was friends before we was lovers. So I could always hold the friendship. Is that will hurt me if you decide that you don't want the friendship. Either it will bother me a bit, get eventually. But that's all you really want. You want a comfort zone with the people that you build bonds with.
It's comfort,
especially the ones that's
especially when you can feel like you could be your true self with that person. Because we talk about this all the time, right? We put these personifications or like these facades in front of everybody because we're a different person at work, we're a different person in church, we're a different person in front of our mom, we're a different person in front of whoever. You know what I mean? So when you can find that person that you can just be who you are, like unapologetically, you live for those
it's
connections.
Like it's heaven, because I keep telling people this is the one person that they accept you for your multiple personalities. They know everything that the outside world don't. You don't tell them, you might not tell them exactly everything, because sometimes we don't want to be too vulnerable. We still got our boundaries, but like most of the deepest situations, right? So that's why we want to keep that, so that's why I tell people, like, in my relationship, it might not always be great, but I know the grass is not always greener on the other side. Do I want to restart and have to relearn somebody and learn all the things that I don't got time for that. I don't need to reprogram you, or we don't need to grow you at this level and I at this level. We were talking earlier, we want to be on the same level, and if you feeling some type of way, I'm able to balance it out until you come back here, and vice versa, so it's not like you attracting a taker, because that's what we attract. Is like, no, you want to be able to pour in. Is energy transferred, and that's why I keep
reciprocal.
Is energy.
Why don't understand? Always, as you say, even with the Bible, not that I believe in it, I really don't. I ain't even gonna lie. Some of it is true, some is false.
Did you not see the title of this room? Taking y'all to church Saturday.
Well, I was a heathen. Church burn. Anyhow.
Well, that's the thing, though. If people actually look at the definition of church, this is church right now. What we're doing is
that's what
2-3 people coming together and showing
Yeah.
praise or being able to be on
Just
our
have a
godly level.
dialogue
And that we
and
never needed
grow.
a building for that. We never
Understand?
needed a
Every
building for
thought is true. What people is don't understand is in metaphors. Grass is greener on the other side. Don't forget that you gotta water that bitch to keep it green. You gotta water it. You gotta lawn it. You gotta keep it down. You
Yeah.
gotta make sure that everything, you know what I mean? You ain't gonna get green and it can stay green. It doesn't work like that. So what is the grass is greener on the other side? Because the body do what it's supposed to do you to woo you, or what it really is? Because you
It's
still
a
got
trick.
that's the work regardless. You have to work at it regardless.
It's a
So I doing
it's all
life just
a trick.
weird to me, and a lot of people is not understand it. So I
It's,
just keeping my own love
I know,
and
and
just
that's what,
observe.
but that's the thing about it there, April, because you're keeping your own little self. Because I understand we are all star seeds, right? And we were put here for a purpose and a mission, right? But I was feeling your way the other way. Like, you see, I went missing because I'd be like, man, I ain't about this business. Like, it's just too much. Where, like, screw this. I can stand over here and get my information. But one of my mentors, like, late in the beginning, this was back in 2017, she was like, Shakira, you gotta look at it as your godly gift. You know, you're being selfish. You're supposed to pour into others, you know, and she made me do that. So every time, like, I feeling that type of way, I'd be like, I'm selfish, man. I could be helping one person, you know. I should
That's
just
literally
do
why
it.
we on here. That's literally how we
Understand
started.
me. If you come to me, or if we in a light of communication, I'll be social. I just ain't reaching for it, and I ain't trying for the friend. I
And
really
I
don't want the
understand that
friendship
and I respect that because I know I was there. You know, I
I was
was
there
that
too.
way
because
where I was like, yeah, it's fine.
right. My mom is 68 years old. I'm 30. I never saw my mother with friends. Never,
My mom too.
never.
My mom
Mm-hmm.
My sister is 32. I never saw her with friends, but they both are married. My sister is very happily married with 2 kids, and she has been very good, no drama. And I find since I haven't had any friends like close like that, no drama for me.
and we talk
So I
about
mean, more
that.
people to work on fighting.
Why though? Because think what we were saying Saturday. Every time you try to go outside of yourself to look for something, you are selling yourself short. Every single time. You should be your own best friend.
Mhm.
You should love yourself first.
Mhm.
You should be able to make you happy first. These women are able to live fulfilling lives because why? They know
It's things
themselves.
you
They
have to
spend a
take
lot of
time
time with
to
themselves.
learn about yourself.
Time.
Boom.
And that's where we was talking last Saturday.
Solitary.
We were talking about time. We were
Solitude.
like, there's so like people don't understand April that like it's just a measure that they put on us. Like we like Cass came up with the illusion like the hourglass. Turn it back around and that's the infinity sign, right? And the thing is people don't realize that you gotta get to this clock. That clock is like not real. Like time is inevitable. You can slow it up, you can speed it up. So that's why I always tell people embrace your growth. You don't need to be in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? To be like what?
You're
You
only
can't
on
move
your
your
time.
body? Like I ain't in no race. People don't understand this version of me right now because they're like, you get rid of your whole Solange Shakira, blah 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 blah. I'm like, because I'm not in the materialistic world anymore. It's all about my
Growth is
peace. I can't hear you. You cutting out.
right? Growth can only come if you're in the right environment. And it could come really late because, or I'm going to show you an example, right? When you're born in the hood or ghetto, whatever one want to call it, low budget, whatever, you don't forget when I tell you that people can only practice what they have been taught. So if you are growing in a certain environment or certain people around you, not technically the environment, because the environment could be beautiful, because let me tell you, the best place to grow is the ghetto. I don't care what nobody say, because the most
What do
common
we say?
sense
We said this
from the
last
ghetto.
Saturday.
And that's the thing.
Literally.
That's the thing I tell
When you
people.
had nothing, you were giving everything when you had nothing.
Correct. And people that become rich from the ghetto does know how to move in the money.
Right there is like knowledge, you know, and that's where it's like sometimes you gotta grow through things, and that's why I had to grow through some things because it was like shit, you know, you fall into the persona, you like enjoying the luxuries and you're doing all this and be like, no, you gotta switch it up. So that's why I am my patience. That's what she said, time. I'm taking all the time that I need right now. That's what in my mind, some days, because I was always in a fast-paced setting, you know, I'm like, shit. I'm like, we were talking about this. I was like, man, maybe I like, you know, I'm making the wrong move. Maybe like, crap, this ain't working out. You know, I'm second guessing myself and self-sabotaging, right? When I understand that in this season, I'm supposed to just be like patient with myself. This is my resting season. Why rushing it, you know? So that's what I'd be like, okay, it's fine. Like, if I did it before, you know that I can rebuild and make it even better, because every single thing that I'm doing, I'm making it better. You know, you don't want to just keep it simple. You got to keep it growing and interesting, because I get bored easily. That's where I'm like, you know what is the greatness of, like, if we go into details, being Sagittarius and what's not, we get bored easily. But sometimes to the outside looking it is like, oh, they're complacent and they never complete anything. But the truth is, we already completed mentally. We already done see what it can do. So why waste our physical strength trying to like prove a point? We know it, so we're on to the next. And some people don't understand that logic, you know. When people see me buy courses, they're like, but you never completed that. Because it's like, I see it, but then it's like, it was just a reminder that I already know it, because everything inside of me, but I just going outside. So I don't really need to study so much, because it clicks. I just need to hear one word in it, and then that programming just comes to me, and I know what I need to do.
I feel the same way. When I be signing up for like certain conscious or like self-help stuff, and that's why I said I really still have not gotten a reading, and I probably don't plan on getting
I
a
still don't
reading
got any. Yep.
outside of me, because it's just like every time we try to look outside of ourselves or go to something outside of us, you kind of get more
Right. Know that
energetic.
she said that the first thing. I'm gonna show you something that forget about life. You have to be social, and you still have to be antisocial. You gonna know when to party too. That's what I have been learning,
Balance.
and I don't see
Balance.
I don't see right. I don't seek to nobody for help, because I don't think they need it.
Hi.
It's not that I don't need it. I can use people to
I can still
get
hear you guys like
the
this.
help. You know,
I don't-
a business. You don't socialize with nobody. You can't get your business out there,
Right.
and you can't get the connections that out there, because you ain't going to nothing, or you ain't being social, right?
Or networking. Right.
Correct.
Just think
And then
about
there's a
it.
thing about yourself
The
back.
5% of the people, none of those people have social media. None of those people be out, but you know what? They know how to network at the end of the day. Because I think another thing about this life and a lesson in this life is, should you find comfort in yourself? Absolutely. Should you know yourself? Absolutely. But if you think you can go through this world by yourself and not needing anybody else, you are sadly mistaken. Because the universe is going to show you it's
That right
about
there.
building connections.
That right
It's
there.
always about building connections, because
Mm-hmm.
guess what? We are one. Yes, know who you are, express who you are, but understand how you connect to others and how you need others and how the collective of people coming together, how powerful that really is.
And now
So you don't need to be close. You don't need to be close to build a village. So you don't really need anybody. You just need the Lord.
but let me
Real
add to the
thing.
reason
You
why.
don't need anyone to build a village. And I'm gonna tell you why, right? We got worry about too much things in between people. So, all right, like the MS say, you gotta trust people to be themselves. You don't gotta be close to them. You gotta trust people to be themselves. Trust a person, a thief to be a thief. Trust the person
Believe
to be a liar, to tell
believe
lies, but you
yeah.
will know how to maneuver around them. So you don't need nobody. You don't ever misunderstand that, because that in the Bible take. You don't need nobody but Jesus. Straight up.
You don't need nobody but
Nobody.
God, because it's like Jesus
Like
is another
God.
person out
Which
there.
is
So
yourself.
What
which is yourself. Like, you don't need anybody but God.
I say most high personally. I say most high because I don't believe in religion.
Exactly.
As you said, the world is supposed to be unified. So why you was split so much other religions for us to be separated, and these people don't deal with these people, and them don't deal with these days, and
And that's why everybody got to study Samadhi. And that's when we will end religion, because everybody will understand that it all is the same thing. It's just that you end up loving the community more than what it was and then you fall into the rituals, right? So that's why you end up being a firm believer of the rituals, not even necessarily the community to build connections anymore. It's all about the rituals now, and you're brainwashed to whatever that entity wanted in the first beginning, because it's all just
It
entities,
goes
it's
back to,
all just systems, it all is connected to the big ball.
You mentioned that, like how you were saying, right? Or even like the Jesus, for example. We said this on last week, but it's just like people need to understand that these beings that we're seeing in these religions were just you in a different way, okay? Like fallen angels is what they call them. They didn't actually come here for you to, well, some of them wanted you to follow them because they just wanted you to perpetuate whatever agenda they wanted to do. But ultimately, these were just higher dimensional beings. They weren't God, but people looked at them as gods, which was where they fucked up, because they were just an example of what you can become. You understand what I'm saying?
Here. That's why I tell people heaven and hell
Yes, that's
is
what I'm
here.
saying.
Because that's
All
when you
these
start
Buddha,
worshiping a mentor or a
Allah,
coach.
they were all these people, like they were just here to send a message. And it goes back to what I was saying about in Africa, they have a myth, right?
I do not judge or comment on those things because how do you know if that's the right way to live or not? I love Rastafarian. I can tell you why I love Rastafarian. Rastafarian to me is a very, very, very peaceful religion. I mean, you don't hear no controversy. You don't hear them men backering at one another. Who's the better Rastafarian? Who's this, that? Man, Rastafarians come together is a together thing, though.
And that's how I was raised.
That's one black community that I definitely respect. I don't like the whole you can't eat meat, this, that, the third, the fourth. It's too much.
But then
because
that's where we go back to religion, you know? So you find your perspective and you create your own.
Reason why I say that is because originally in the documentaries, Rastafarian are not supposed to use pork. What the devil was cast, which is a swine. The whole other things that people be talking to is make you question it because you're not giving facts to back up the resolutions that you're giving. So I just want, like, I don't know, like, I just respect everybody to do what they want, but just don't try to come and rub it in my head because I see I ain't dealing with it.
The only thing I'll say about that would be
conversation with the Most High because I believe there is a creator. Because when all the scientific facts them is got, them is still don't got results for most things that are created.
And we spoke
because
about that
man
earlier.
Correct. Man can't create. The same man create a light bulb. No, man evolved a light bulb because a sun was always light. Something has to start it for them to evolve it. They can't just blam, like, say we need light bulb. Hey, it's dark. You can't do that. You're not a creator. Man can evolve and
like,
build,
know
but they cannot create. So
I got add another perspective to that is because when you decide to and you fully understand that God and that you and God is the same, like, you know, connected, you know, you understand that his creation is through you. So when you doing yourself a disservice when you worship the actual creator, you gotta worship it as a union and stop looking at it outside of itself because it's one.
I became based on your Bible.
But we don't
That's
have
what
no
it said.
We don't base it on no Bible.
All Bible because
what I say, a creator to me is someone's like from scratch.
So we say your perspective
like,
then.
From scratch. Evolver does not mean that you haven't created. Like she said procreate. Yes, procreate. But the better word to use is evolve. Man can build, can evolve, can imagine, can elaborate, can. All right. Let me be specific.
I feel like you're downplaying yourself if you say that.
I think you're limited. You're going back to
only because I know myself to be a
God. No, I can't put on myself because if you did something and I make it better, I can never be downplaying myself. No, impossible. But it was hairdressers before it was a hairdresser. But they might not be like me to do certain stuff because everybody got them. What you would say, my mother say all the time, everybody got their the talent, that one thing that them good at, that them might be the boss. And like, all right, Shakira's do weaves real hard. I see Shakira do it with my hair, and I can't do it. Well, I could do it, but it probably won't come out like hers. but I love to see it. That's your strengths, right? That's what mummies use. Everybody's got the strengths and the weaknesses. So I won't say that an evolver is weak because I have to make it better. I have to be able to
But
use it
we
in
ain't
different ways.
necessarily saying weak. We saying that that's then limiting yourself again. Like it's like you evolving, but it's like you limiting yourself because it's like you then just this is. But again, this is just your perspective. So when you get to another level, you will understand and understand where we're just trying to show, you know, that is one at the end of the day. So you know that is a creator and a creation. But then when you say it like that, it's like you still separating it. You guessing that you building it, but you gotta understand that it is one. So this is the hard truth where people can't finally like put it all together and know all the different perspective, because you see how we're doing dialogue. Everything that you're saying, I know it because it's a different perspective that's already connected, because it's always branches. It's like the web. We always connect into the web, you know? So it's like when I say this, is like I want you to understand and understand that is one. It is all one, but we become the one that was embedded in our head that you're still talking about, when we all unify and come together and understand that no one is better than anyone. We got to stop comparing. You know, when we compare, that's the teeth of what you really find in yourself, because you looking at somebody to the right and somebody at the left and you comparing, but they're on a whole nother mission than you. You didn't walk a mile in their shoes and they didn't walk a mile in you. So who are you to judge or have any opinion about it, right? So
That's the other thing. For you, it might be that, but for me, it's met me better. Understand what I'm saying? I don't see it as competition. That's the problem with our movie. I don't see anything as a competition or a challenge. I see everything as in progress. If I see you do something and I think that is better than mine, I am doubting. Being weak is doubting yourself and not knowing what you could do better. I always know that I could do better. So if I see you do something and tell me, wow, I like her version, hers is better, I am doing that shit.
because
It
that's your
doesn't mean that I'm
perspective
done.
and that pertains to you. That's what I always say.
I use it as like a boost, like I get my shit together because she went this hard.
Because
I
reflection
this
to each
bird here.
other.
How come I bird here? My part is be so clean and thing. I watch people from overseas because to me, them is yet a more faster network, as you say, than us. Like a style or whatever were more good to certain people before it hit Barbados, because we are a small island, which Shakira knows that.
We talk
So
about this on Saturday.
It don't competition for probably for how I put it over myself. You taking it wrong, but I don't.
Putting it over the way, but we just helping you to like dive more deeper into it. You know how you were saying, like,
I don't see people as more than me or a competition or me as more than a
but
person.
when we say comparison, when we say comparison, we also
observe and learn.
Yeah, when we say
Watch,
comparison,
observe.
when we say comparison, we also knowing that they're connected to competition. So comparison and competition, when we saying that, is like when you compare like each other, then that's when they think about competition. So that's what I always tell people: there's never any competition on comparison, because you're playing your part, you're playing your position, because we're all energy transferred. So that's why I tell people no one is really better than anyone, because it's like there's something in you that is a mirror to me and I need to learn, and I take that. There's something that I'm going to say that is going to relate to me, and I take that. And that's where there's no way that there's another person just like me taking all three of our ideas and making it one. So that's me creating another perspective, because there's someone on here that's going to take it another way. And that's why I say that's the web, because although I learn it, it's going to, if we connected up here, I just transfer that file over to you. So now you know that, and you'll be like, shit, I was like, you what? I mean, your mind. That's what when we say something, sometimes it's like
over and you put into something positive. Other people don't see it like that. When some people see competition and comparison, is be real deep. Like people just be real in the feelings though. Like what you even make to she fuck up you here, this and that. Them is don't say well she did a great job.
you want
and she could have.
Somebody say that. Then
yeah, you can add. You can request if you want.
You could come up. Just press the requesting and you could come up.
Yeah. I want to go come. My daughter here when she face bang want me to call an artist something for her.
We were talking about that earlier.
But you know, it's always nice to talk with you. Thanks to your friends too as well. It was a nice conversation. They don't get to do it because it's so busy. And Shakira's come on at the weirdest times.
I know, because I'd be like just trying to like I come on for like who need it now, because I feel
Right.
like when I really come on, because people still got, in their head got a persona of who I'm supposed to be, and it's just like it attracts like negativity, and I'd be like, that's not what I'm pushing. I'm just trying to help people to grow their minds even more, because as I was telling Cass, I was like, I understand that I'm a connector. That's what I was put
Mm-hmm.
here to do. I try to, like, as you say, perspective. I am, the person that reasons with everyone and keep the balance. So when I feel things
Yeah.
is escalating, I just bring it down and let people know from another side, and then it things, so we can have this open dialogue. Because if there's not, there's where people get angry,
It's
and then
not
you
about
hate
like
me,
who's
and
right.
why you
Yeah.
hating me? Like, we growing, so that's what we were saying. We're gonna do these things, and whenever we decide to rant, we just still do it throughout the week, because we end up doing that. So I know that you can come on and you will see, like, when we come on, it was for you at that time. So how you catch this, that was for you, because you're gonna go and then go deeper with your thoughts and build upon what you already know.
Yeah. Love on manners and respect,
Peace.
sisters.
Love
Have
and
a
light.
like,
Okay, bye-bye.
yeah.
But
So you,
I don't know how to accept, like, the other lady. Like, she pressed the button, or she didn't want to come. I don't know.
I don't know. I think she would, because like
Oh,
sometimes it can go up to the top, so you might have
oh,
to leave and come back. It
yeah,
depends. But I didn't. But yeah, I thank you for correcting that, because I didn't say it was like weak for you to
yeah,
say that, or it wasn't like, I just said downplaying yourself, because
yeah.
you are limiting yourself
And
if you listen.
I heard it there, because I know, like, I was like, because I continue to build, I learned all the different verbiage. So that's what I
Right.
tell you. It goes back to me being a connector, because I understand you and I understand her. So then I was able to connect it. I made something that like
Hold
level.
on.
Hello.
Hey, how are
Hi.
you?
Hold on. Let's say on the live. I on the live. That's why.
But yeah,
IG. Hi there.
how are
Hey.
you?
Hey, cool. Oh,
Good.
shoot. Y'all can see me good?
Yeah, I
I
can
Yeah.
trying
see you.
to position myself in a position where I could be able to say one got no noise or nothing, so don't go any bedroom.
That's okay. We can
Mm-hmm.
still hear you.
Hi. I listen to y'all sometime a night or something, but most of the time that y'all is go beyond late and stuff like that,
Yeah,
and it don't always be true.
I know. We was still talking about that. We can try to start doing some
Mm-hmm.
earlier.
Right.
Right. But I like this certain, I like these reasonings.
Because that's what it is, right? We're just trying to
Right,
help
I'm
people
saying
to
right.
expand the mind.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
But I was even talking to like a sister today, right?
Uh-huh.
And like I used to go to church like a lot.
mm,
Like I was like one of the ones that used to be hard, like one of them die hard believers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I just got a different perspective. This was in 2016. I don't know when your all change came about, or like your all like awakening where you would say came about, but
Mm-hmm.
in 2016, in 2016, like a lot of changes came about for me,
Mm-hmm.
mm,
right? And it was like not just like positive, really. It was more like I just went into like it would say like I don't want to call it abyss, but I went in some dark places. You understand? Like
Mm-hmm. We understand.
so, it was like my one part of me was wanting to still be in the church, and another part of me still didn't want to be doing things that I was receiving this certain information. Right? So it was like
Yeah.
a tug of war.
Yeah.
Right. I'm from Barbados, anyways.
I know. I remember you. I remember faces, but not names.
Right. So right. So it was like a tug of war because like I used to get like I used to get like dreams and stuff, trying to get people to church and stuff like that. And I used to dream about people that I never know nothing about. Never knew them, like never see them before, like that survey, never connect with them really. But would like see them in my dreams and I would like be like, what you supposed to do here? And I tell myself about, I was supposed to go to them, preach to them the word of the gospel of Jesus Christ, get them to church, that sort of thing. Right. But I realized right that, you know, it is kind of like more to it in a sense, right? As like it's like a different level all the time. You understand? And you can't still bash nobody that tell themselves that them is a Christian because that's them level. You understand what I'm saying? They may reach to that overstanding over to go forward in. You get what I'm saying? Because listen, as I come away from the church, right? I was telling her sister this morning or today, right? One of my friends. And I was telling she that I get this dream where I had and something was telling me to get a black tourmaline stone,
Uh-huh.
and it was like black tourmaline stone, and I never did
Are
get
you
it.
gonna watch it?
She's gonna save it so you can always find it back. If Instagram allows us to save it. But yeah, you were saying a black tourmaline.
Yes.
Yeah, I get a dream saying to me, get a black tourmaline stone, right? And this was a couple years late. I didn't say a couple years, but it is a while back, right? And it's only now today, like this week, that I got the stone. And I didn't get the stone by purchasing it neither. I just asked, like, my spirit I went to this place and sell crystals and such. And then I was asking the fella, the man that we was having a reasoning though. And I asked the fella, listen, what stone is that? Because I didn't really pick up the vibe that it was a black tourmaline neither. Right. But my spirit, like, it pick up because I asked about it first. Out of all the other crystals that was there, I asked for this stone. What this crystal is. Right. And the man told me a black tourmaline. I was like, yo, right. And then the man said, I ain't telling you nothing about my dream or nothing, so yeah, you know. The man said, I asked you how much it is. The man said, you know what, take it up and go. Take it up and go. So it's like, and that tell me, like, that show me that
Divine.
it's the timing for everything still too, you know. It's the timing, like my timing, like this is the time now that I need that black tourmaline stone in my life. You understand what I'm saying? But I was seeking it still, but it wasn't manifesting because of other things
It
around
wasn't
me
the
or
right
whatever.
timing. You wasn't ready to receive it. It come exactly when you're ready to receive it.
Divine timing.
Divine timing every time.
On there just now, I was listening to Sheba, and she was talking about Rastafari and stuff, right? How I get to leave the church, because the church was on a vibe, right? Coming into this Hebrew Israelite vibe, right? And I was like to test his spirit. I don't know if y'all is deal with that, but I like to test his spirit, right? I don't like just go by everybody's
They test
vibe,
you.
like, oh, this
They
is
test you, so
thing.
it's all right. It's fairness. That's how you grow.
Right. Just find out if this is the truth or not, because everybody is different, yes, but the Most High is no respect to a person. Everybody can achieve what you might see somebody got, like, let me get
Nothing.
I don't know what example.
Somebody got something at somebody, don't go and you trying to lush after it, and it's not. You don't know how they got it.
You don't have. There's no limitations. Then what are you trying to say? There's no limitations.
We're the ones that limit ourselves.
Yeah. There's no limitations to spirit. So anything that you would want, that you see some person have, really, you understand? If it is that you in the right positioning or in alignment with it, you would receive it, you understand? Because there's certain tests that you still got to go through too. There's certain trials and tribulations that you just got to go through in order, lessons then that you got to go through in order to, so that's why you can't watch somebody on the thing, you understand? Because whatever lesson that they went through, you know, to get to achieve certain things, they went through it to get and then receive it, right? But it's not all the time that you might get something and you might not get it right away. You had to go through like a lesson in order to receive this thing, right? To get to another level.
And keep it too. I think that's another thing people don't realize. You may want something, but do you have the ability to keep those things that you wanted? Are you gonna be able to hold on to those things, or as soon as you get it, does it like go away?
Because we do that. all the time. I can tell you as an example, I called things into the universe, I got it, and I didn't appreciate it. I just tried to the side. Right. So then the universe is going to think twice. Well, she didn't really appreciate what I gave her. So let's let her stay in this position. And you feel like a hamster on a wheel because you didn't even understand what you do, but you just call something into the universe and you neglect it. So your punishment now is like, we ain't giving you shit because you don't know how to appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Like it's so fleeting, right? You know what I mean? Like life is like not only with the COVID and all that day, right? Like I don't know, like it's a whole like the atmosphere and the energy kind of changed. Like people gotta realize what matter more. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it comes to people gotta understand what it is that matter more. Not the Paduman, you know, life is what matter more. Understand? You know, being connected with friends, family is what matter more. Understand? Living, being, you know, the hardical things is what matter more. It's not the materialistic things.
The connections.
You gotta take it's all about connecting, building. Like this is connecting.
Yeah, dependent. Like everything just fall. Everything that the system was like in charge of or in control of is falling.
Everything breaking. So the truth always what is done in the dark must come to the light. Like when we go through our darkness, we don't stay in our darkness. Like when you first came on and you were explaining about the darkness, right? We don't stay there. We gotta find the light within the darkness to prevail again. You know, so when these things that got away for so long, you know, when they know it was like not what was for the universe, the laws, you know, they know they break all the laws, so their karma is going to come back 10 times full because it was going on forever. So then when it comes crumbling down, that is the universe resetting, because our star seeds that came down here, we couldn't handle the mission. You know, we didn't get it accomplished this time, so it has to reset it. And then will you take these supernatural babies coming? Because the ones that
these
are
pandemic
here,
babies, whew,
the ones that are here right now, they're fumbling the bag. You know, they're getting lost because of how they create this reality that we in is so flawless. You can barely see the glitches in it, right? So then you get trapped. So we forgot our assignment. We got distracted by the illusions of it. Our ego took over in this season, you know, so they're trying to stop these star seeds that are coming, that is going to break it right open, because they want to continue to keep us enslaved. They want to continue to make us be a prisoner of this, because if they know, when we ever fully let everyone else crack the code, when everybody else do it, they non-existent, because we got the power. It crumbles down. It just crumbles. And what you think was happening, but they want to hear the thing though, we didn't even have to do the work. The crumbling is from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't deal with their own guilt anymore, so they want to clear their conscience.
Depopulation, it goes back to that topic too, of like, do you understand they don't want to allow these kids to come through for a reason? They don't want these kids to come through for a reason. That's why they want to stop reproduction.
So what do you think?
They know their time is up.
What do you think that? But check it.
Right.
What do you think they come in with these things, huh?
I was listening to you. I was gonna say something, but I listening to you. What you saying?
No, I'm listening. You say.
No, I just was saying. Like, I was just saying that we as the women, we are very powerful beings, right? You understand? And we need to get our act together, right? Because it's a lot. We can't be running our babies in the hospitals anymore. We can't be.
That right there.
We're like the teachers because we want to bear the children. So we're like the teachers of the children so that they could be able to receive knowledge, and not the knowledge that we had from before, you know. Right? Well, not before. When we say before, like our original knowledge, then, right? You understand? So we should be able to have. So we can't be able to birth our babies in the hospitals and no anymore. So the ones that have the gifts of being able to bring forth children, like the doulas, the midwives, whatever, that's the gift. If that's the gift, you deal with that. you know, the ones that could be able, we gotta get back to growing our own food, you know, that sort of
You
thing.
preaching
We gotta get
today.
back to like
And think about it.
teaching our children, because we can't be able to have them in school system any longer. You understand? So this is what we gotta deal with
We
right
have to
now.
do
So
the
it's,
program.
yep. So it's like a whole change, a whole transformation.
It's a rebirth. It's a rebirth.
Yeah.
Boom.
It's the rebirth. And
And
that's why I keep telling people we were so like, it's not like we don't play on our kings, our, you know, our gods, our like the guys, but we were in the shadow for too long, giving these orders and then not realizing that we're equal. You're not above, I'm not above. We get it twisted each time, right? Because it was like, you know, the girls and the feminists then was birth, because they were like, well, screw this. No, I'm gonna show I'm better, but we ain't better. We gotta calm down. We gotta just understand that is a flow. We need to balance the flow, okay? I make you stronger, you make me stronger, okay? So you have to put respect on my name, and I put respect on your name. You know, we ain't better, but you gotta understand that you don't exist without me, and I don't exist without you. So,
period.
True.
unify.
Period.
True.
I need the women to go back to breastfeeding. That's really what I need. Honestly.
Yeah,
That
it's
could do so much wonders, because here's the thing, right? Mammary gland. Mammary gland. Okay? That is your roots. That is your
Let me see if I can do this,
ancestors.
which I
That
did.
is like divine energy. All these things that we're outsourcing for ain't it. All these lab concoctions, formulas being made ain't it. Do you know how divine and intelligent your body is? How are you constantly going outside of yourself? Every woman is a doula. If you have the ability to reproduce, every woman is a doula. Every woman should be able to be like, I got you. I'm here for you, sis. You should be comfortable in your home. You should be able to move freely. Were you stuck in one spot when you made that baby, or were you flowing? Were you moving? Because the same way you got that baby in, it's gonna be the same way you get that baby out. Squatting, yeah, do that squat.
And that's why, like, you see, it's so natural when people end up giving birth in the car, at home, because it's just the flow, and it's like instinct. Just tell them what to do. Like I tell people, I got Sandia at 19. I didn't know what to do. I was so far from my mom. My mom was in Barbados and I was in Canada. I was like a kid having a
But
kid.
you know.
But it just right. It just came. As soon as it came out, I tapped into that. It was just like normal. Boom, boom. Connection.
It's literally a gift from God. So what made you think like you were not able to like tap into that divine? Stop going to people to tell you what to do, right? That's exactly what we were saying earlier. People love being told what to do. You need to tell yourself what to do. You need to figure out what you need to do. You need to ask yourself these questions. Because what makes you think somebody outside of you can tell you anything about you? How are you gonna go to somebody else to tell them about you? So you don't know what goes inside your body, so you have no intuition. You didn't get a feeling. You didn't get a pain. You didn't ask what that is, what's going on. You're gonna go to you're pregnant. You created this whole being. You held it in for it's really 10 months. They play with your time. It's really 10 months. They can't even get the dates right. They can't even get the dates right. And you're gonna tell somebody to tell you when your due date is? When you're ready to push? I think your body tells you when you're ready to push. When you go take a shit, if somebody needs to tell you when to push, when you need to take a shit, Did somebody need to tell you when to swallow when you're eating your food? No, you do not. Your body does that. Your body tells you this. But you guys want to constantly go outside of yourself. For why? I will never understand it.
Mhm.
Your body is very intelligent as well.
It
Literally.
is.
Ask your
It's
body.
just that we just didn't really like, we just don't really practice listening to it more, right?
The
You know what I
intuition,
mean?
right?
Because we become dependent on people to tell me this is this, and you know.
To a point that
So
somebody
yeah,
can tell you how to feel, what to do. Really? You don't have no control over that. It's very upsetting to me because this is why I literally quit nursing school. Like, I keep saying it because you cannot be going outside of yourself all this time. You're doing yourself a disservice because nobody's going to know you better than you. And if you don't know you, you need to get to know.
just rest it here. Nah, he ain't come yet.
You need to get to know. For
Yeah, but it's like, huh? You give me a second. This one.
very intelligent.
Sorry, I had to run to the washroom when I went there, and I was like,
Girl,
it's
I'm
hard.
surprised you haven't left to go get her cupcakes.
Well, that's the discussion that we also had out there. I was like, I have to sit down and think. I was like, Shakira, that place is not close. I can't walk, and you know, I like
Put them there.
elevating right now, so I can't go behind no wheel trying to do anything. So I was like, we can have an alternative. So
You can make it out. Oh,
You
do
know
you
you
have
could
some
do
at home?
You know you could juice it
I
and
got the
thing,
stuff
but how
to
you
do
could do
it
like
and
tea
make
and
it with her a healthier one. But she said, no, I gave
oh,
her
this
that, and she
cut
was
it.
like, that's too healthy, you know, because she wants to indulge, right? Is it indulgement for her?
Or instead of these.
You know what? I get it sometimes. I really do. And you know what? This is where like the balance comes in. Because if you're doing the work all of the time, like some of the time you can do a little cheating, but this healthy cheat. So for example, right now, yesterday actually, I made some vegan brownies. Okay. I did. I made some vegan brownies. But I'm not supposed to eat chocolate. Chocolate's not good for you. But I had to indulge a little bit. Like, I'm not gonna eat it every day, obviously. But it's one of those things where it's just like, I made it. Yes, I did. But did I make it vegan? Yes, I did. But is there chocolate in there? Yes, there is. And I'm just like,
It's
But you
okay.
know what? It's okay because guess what? I'm drinking my tea
So you continue to build
and
upon
I'm
this.
eating healthier everything like throughout the rest of my day. So
Yeah. Okay, so for you now, like, so now that you realized where you was following Christianity, and do you like, are you still like fully in that, or you understand now that you got the power?
Yeah, I understand. I understand. Hold on. Don't go on there. Right. I understand now, right? Right? But
still got
you
a
know,
hold.
Yeah.
I hear
You still
you.
got
Do you still
hold.
got like a hold on you a little bit, just a little bit? It still got like a little pull.
A little, like telling myself that I gotta be dependent on somebody to come and tell me like
Save you.
what what to do. That's our way, right? And I'm working on that still, right? I'm working on that still in myself, and starting to learn to listen to my intuition,
And you
right?
see
And to
right there,
sense when my body tells me,
right? And that right there,
sense when
you gotta give yourself like, you know, like their cherry because you're able to recognize it. So that means you're fully growing. You're growing even more. So you gotta give yourself the praise that it deserves, you know, and be like, I'm not there
right,
fully yet, but look at how far I have come. Look at
Boom.
where I'm at. And give
Because
yourself some
understand, there's a
right,
lot of people who is in your position or older who still hasn't got to that revelation. So that's why we always have to be in gratitude for our knowing, especially now, because there's a lot of people who don't know. And this is coming from, I think from you too, I don't know, Shakira, but this is coming from a person, I grew up in the church too. I was 7-day Adventist. Every Saturday from like 6 a.m.
I was Adventist too at one point in time in my life.
Yeah.
Like when it was a little girl,
Oh, really?
when it was a little girl, my grandmother, she's passed away now, but my grandmother, she's a 7-day Adventist.
Yes.
But my mother had going to Adventist church, so I had a, and I actually rebelled because of that too in my life, when it was growing up, because my mother was going to a Methodist. She was going to one of those Methodist churches. So, you know, 7-day Adventist really straight. Like, you can't wear a jewelry, you can't wear the earrings in your ear. You can, you know. So, like, I was, like, questioning my mother, like, why is that you got me one where I can't wear my jewelry, though? Like, she had jewelry for me because, obviously, I came as a baby and she had jewelry for me. But I was like, why you can't wear my earrings in my ear? Like, you understand? I always question that. And I, like, kind of, like, rebel. Like, so, like, from the school time now, against school now, I went to school at Luminage. So from the school time now, I go in school and then buying like cheap little $5 earrings that I could afford when I get little money and put in my ear. You understand what I'm saying? Because like, you know, my mother didn't want me to put earrings, but yet so she still got doing something else different, got things in she earrings and jewelry and thing, and I can't wear my jewelry, making spiral.
Yeah, it
So
was
it
a
was
lot.
like that,
It was a lot. You couldn't wear jewelry.
right?
You had to
So
wear birds. You couldn't eat pork. You couldn't eat shellfish. It was a lot. But you know what? But I'll tell you this though. Like I said, everything happens for a reason. Listen, at least we got the day right. We went to church on Saturday. Those the last day of the week. Okay.
So you look at the
Not only
positive
that,
in it.
I did not eat pork and I did not eat shellfish, which is just an abomination anyways. It's disgusting. They're like the filtration shit like of the ocean. Pig and swine. They don't even have sweat glands. So those things I will always be grateful for, like for real. And then when you come
right.
down to it, the earrings thing, you know, technically, you see, our bodies are very intelligent, right? How long does it take for a hole to fit in your ear? Because that bitch that goes back up every time because our bodies are intelligent and it's saying like, why is this here? This is not supposed to be here.
Yeah.
So there's little things that it's just like we may overlook and just not pay attention to. But again, what did the Bible also tell us? Our body is a temple.
And I can remember my great grandma. My grandma that passed away. Both of them, and they lived like my great grandma lived like a long time, like, until her late 90s. But my grandma, she ended up dying earlier because of health choices, right? But both of them, they didn't have their ears pierced, and I never even asked them why. But you never even know, and that was back then. So we created that, like we created a belief to think that
it's a consumerism. Okay. It's for consumer purposes, honestly, because it's just like, I mean, yeah, I guess it's cute or whatever.
You know what? We think it's beautifying our ego. It's feeding our ego because when we have it, we think we look more like that type of thing. Yeah,
exactly.
Let's feed it into that. But for me, I grew up Rastafarian and Christianity. So mine was like not that strict, kind of. You know, like I had the balance of where I questioned from my Rastafarian side to the Christianity. So I was like, just going back and forth with the two. I never really like committed to any of them, you know, because I was still doing both regardless. I ended up choosing like not eating meat and all that from the time I was a baby, my mom said. And she said my dad brainwashed me, but it was just that my body just tapped into that part from the early age, because you know we don't tap into all the parts all the time. So like you see in my story I tapped into that, but in your story you probably tapped into something else from the time that age that you grew with you, and this one grew with me not realizing and consciously knowing how to connect it, if that makes sense, right? And then now it's like with the Christianity now, it just was making me understand like a God, like a higher power, that type of thing. Where Rastafarian was just like some of them. The thing about Rastafarian and why it's confusing is because again, like Christianity, there's so many different parts from it. Because there's some Rastafarians that believe in eating no meat at all. There's some Rastafarians that will eat chicken. You know, they got some Rastafarians that know that Jah God is within them, and they got some Rastafarians that think Selassie is who you praise. You know, so I understand all of that within it, and that's when I come to understand that. Yeah, because you can't really hear me. Yeah. So it's like then it was like you come like you bring it all together, and then I was like, but
I'm sorry.
they all don't make any sense. Like no one is like is contradicting from within themselves. So then you know what? I'm gonna question too and find out what is right for me. And that's how I
Right.
managed the two. I didn't claim the
I think you
two.
had such a great duality, great like growing up. I think you really had like the best of like both worlds. Like you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because and able like to have a vegan, a meat eater, like a Rastafari and a Christian, the duality of it all. Like so you hadn't it would be crazy for you not to question what you were dealing with because it was completely opposite of each other. So I feel like you was able to tap into like so many things than like the regular of us. Because imagine if you had like two parents doing the same thing. You really there's only like polarity at this point because
Right?
there's only like one way to go, and to have two because life is about duality. Like hello, you were made from two people, a mom and a dad, you know, feminine energy and male energy. So it's just like, what a beautiful experience that I wish I had. Because I mean, I feel like I would have been probably a little ahead in my spiritual game if I was able to have that like contrast.
Mm-hmm.
Because only in contrast do you want to question things. Think about it. It's like the Venn diagram, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like you, but it's just like, what are the differences of what do I want to be like?
But
What
that's where
makes
it's like they
sense?
bring another perspective because you see that perspective, right? But then for me, other things played in because you see one where then there were so many different angles at that one perspective, right? So for within me, now that I'm older, I'm like, you know what, Shakira, you have to be grateful. So this is how I heal my trauma because I saw that perspective and like, you know, my conscious my conscious probably was still there, although I was in my subconscious, right? And the conscious is like questioning and figuring out that then that's what created that other personality. But that's okay. That's okay. It was nice having you.
Yes, thank you for coming on and
Yes,
sharing that with us.
definitely.
I
So
appreciate love so much because we're not even supposed to say appreciate. Get it? Appreciate hate. It's really like the same thing.
that's where
I'm
the
supposed to
English,
say
like the
appreciate
English
love,
language is like so contradicting because it's like,
but that comes from like the Rastafarian language too, right? They say appreciate love, right?
yeah. So that's why I always tell people it's all about changing. Well,
Yes, please
yeah.
do. Every Saturday, girl. Every Saturday.
Yeah. It's just
Hopefully.
vibing, right? Vibing all day.
Actually, probably not next Saturday because that's when I'm going to my seminar
Yeah.
and I'm gonna see Crystal Alkaline Gula. I'm so excited
And you need
because
to look
she's
at
so
that
pregnant
energy.
and I love
Oh
babies.
yeah, and what you see is alignment because I'm supposed to go to this Friendsgiving the 16th. So that's
Oh,
our session. We'll do it another day.
we should. If not, I mean, I may be able to get on lit because I don't know how far, like how long it's
Late.
supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll
Yeah, because
see. I'll
mine
give
is
y'all
from
whatever
mine
time
is
I
from 2 to 7
got.
my time, but we will align and work it out anyways. But like like with that perspective, I end up being resentful to some form. I don't know why. Certain other things from outside entities
Yeah.
came into mine and messed up like my child what was supposed to be childlike. So then you grow up faster. So it's like I'm now in a different persona now. So for me to fully live my illusion that everybody see like what you saw, I gotta mask my emotions now. So I have no emotions anymore. So my actual story, I had to recreate my other story. So I went in survival mode now. So then I just gone in on autopilot, but creating different persona because I never want to deal with my reality. So I create different personas of it. And that's been the overthinking that goes back from the beginning was birth because I already started questioning both parents, so
Mm-hmm.
now I'm creating so many personas along the way. So now it's all the enemy's gonna come in and just make it a negative. Until then,
Mm.
I finally found myself after going through so much things that I know I didn't have any business. And if I had keep to the perspective that you saw, it would have been like easy, right?
Mm.
But it can never really be easy as much as we want it, because who am I connecting to? Who am I relating to?
Right.
Because Jürgen somewhat got like an envy in another perspective. Like, she had it all. What's she complaining about? Like, you're thinking that way. Like, who's she that I supposed to listen to? She never went through my struggle. She never went through my pain.
Right. Never walked in your shoes.
So that's
Never.
it's always building perspective all the time. So I make my overthinking work for me.
Yeah.
Instead of
because
working on me.
ultimately, even though you didn't grasp it when you was younger, you still have the ability to look back.
So
Like,
that's what I tell you. Remember, I told you the consciousness was going along, but I was moving in the subconscious, the programming. So now that I found out myself, the consciousness now can go back in the room for me now.
Yeah. Period.
It's crazy.
Every time. Right? Because I really, this is, and we gonna keep on saying it and keep on saying it. And yes, because the messages are gonna start, it's gonna start really repetitive. It really is. But guess what? What does a circle do? Like, I don't know what does infinity do? It just keeps going and going. So yes, it's gonna sound repetitive, but you're gonna see it in different perspectives. That's just the beauty of it, is to be able to see it in different perspectives. Because if you're just gonna look back at it, that's why, boom, right? When you read a book one time, you had one perspective, right? Read that book again, you have another perspective. You have another understanding. You read it again, you can understand on a different level. So it's just like anything. So yeah, it's going to sound like what we're saying is very repetitive, but you need to be able to see it in different perspective, because then is when you'll get a fuller, wholer grasp of what we're really talking about. Because I feel like every time we say something, y'all only get like this perspective. When we're looking at it, like, ooh, the perspective is like, there's so no limit. Big. It's
and our head is just growing because we're just building and rebuilding. Because now we dialoguing that out there to someone, and they'll be like, wait, where did that talk? You really think that thoughts just come? You don't know that's energy transfer?
Boom. And that's another thing that people don't know, right? Because we're one conscious, right? So imagine if I have a brilliant idea today, right? If I choose to do nothing about that idea, I literally have like 3 days to do something about it. 3.
Why I always used to say tree for something. I say
it's Trinity. It's everything. 3, 6, 9. It's all, because numbers only go 1 through 9. Because 0 is just going back to 1. Literally, the Trinity. Those are the sweet spot. That's why, like, here in the 3-dimensional world, we can do a lot of things because again, multiples of 3. So if we're in 3 dimension, you can tap into the 6th dimension, which is the manifestation, being able to create. And if you're in 3, you can also tap into the 9th dimension, which is the godliness in you. So it's just like, that's why it's kind of like a sweet spot here. We're so entertaining to other people, other beings, other galaxies, because we can do so much here. And I think another thing that we don't understand is we came onto this earth to become a master manifester, manipulate energy. Because again, everything is just energy. So do you know how to manipulate it to create the things that you want? And then this goes back to, do not limit yourself and think you're just an evolution. That means that you can only take from others and then you can't create nothing yourself. Yes, you can. And it does go back to procreate, because really, what was that? It was nothing. You just had your eggs. Your eggs are just your eggs until it becomes something, right? So when y'all became one and created something, like, that is creation. Ultimately, I could have what? Mud and whatever, but guess what? I put mud and water and some stuff. I just created something. I can build a house. So please don't limit yourself and be like, oh, you just can take from somebody else or whatever. You can create whatever. You can create worlds. You can create human, like a whole body. Like, you did that. Don't ever downplay the stuff that you're doing, because yes, you are creating. Your job was to be what's a pro? A professional creator. Procreate. That is your job.
Right?
So it's just like, and understand that you came from creation. So what made you think you couldn't create? Like, you know what I mean? This is what I mean where it comes to the religion part and looking outside of yourself. Because what did Jesus do? I mean, it's so interesting because when people who talk about, they can talk to like other beings or whatever, and they can speak to like higher goddesses or gods that, you know, that we've talked about in mythology or whatever. Do you know Jesus never comes up for nobody? Why do you think that is? I think that's very interesting because I never hear like people be talking about, oh, they talk to this God or they be able to see this, but nobody ever says they seen Jesus. A white man, I don't know, whatever. That's none of the part. But anyways, but it's just like, you
But
know what I
that's
mean?
deep. That's deep for any conscious thinkers to really think, because it's like, honestly, that's like, you see my subconscious mind when April was on earlier. She said Jesus, and I was like, not Jesus. It's like, you mean God?
But that's just like, you know, that's where she's at in life. So we respect that. It's
Mm-hmm.
just, it's not gonna be relatable to us though, because our conscience is
So
just
that's
way
why I told
bigger
her
and
she has to grow
expensive.
upon that point.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we respect her views, and that's like, if that works for you, that works for you.
Mm-hmm.
That just don't work for me no more. That's not a concept that I can really overstand or understand anymore because that's outside of myself.
Mm-hmm.
The only one I can relate to is God,
Mm-hmm.
which is really me. So
Because if you
there's,
check it, that's his story and her story at the end of the day. Like, it was changed and rewritten so many times. So you gotta see what like makes sense. And usually it's the parables that make sense, because don't care how they try and is meant to be forever in history, where however they try to word it, if you operating on God, you could dissect that message and you know what is right in the Bible. In each religion, you can know what is the message for you from source.
period. And that was
Not
another thing to me
storyline.
as a child that made me really stop going to church. You know, because it was just like, so I'm going to go to a pastor who's going to read a Bible and he's going to tell me his interpretation of it. That shit used to go crazy in my head. I'm like, why wouldn't I just read it and get whatever I need to know from it? I'm like, y'all just love to go to somebody. Yo, that shit, again, this is not even when I was on my spiritual journey yet. And I used to look at that shit like it was crazy. Forget, I'm not Catholic, so I never understood the whole confession shit. Like, woo, y'all got me. I was like, whoa. So you think you in between me and God, and you think I'm supposed to confess to you, a human who bleeds shit, everything just like me? Excuse me? No,
And tell
sir.
me, but what was it saying? How Mary, some whatever? Like, what even is that?
Make it make sense.
That every time.
Girl, I used to be like, there's just certain shit that's just like, no. Like, this has to be like a joke. Because how are you telling this to a mass amount of people and nobody's just like, eh? And I learned something about the Arabs today. And girl, you want to talk about Christianity? Psh, girl, that got nothing on Muslims and Arabs. That shit got nothing on them. When I seen that talking about 13 centuries, y'all want to talk about 400 years with this Christianity shit, even though that number is a little exaggerated as well, because they would just want you to think you were just in bondage for so long. But it was just like, no, this Muslim thing, I think it goes a little bit, that's where the Christianity, they got it from. The whole enslavement thing, the whole, like, literally people was beat, had shackles, wrote on a piece of board, and on that board they had to wash it and drink that water so that they could internalize whatever. It was deep. And I was like, whoa. And it's crazy because 7 Days Adventist is not too far removed from Muslim, because we know we have the Sabbath, we don't eat pork, we supposed to be, you know, dressed, covered, and shit like that. So I used to be like, oh, okay, I can kind of relate to Muslim. But I'm just like, even now, I'm just like, no. After After that, I'm just like, hell no. And then, and I used to think about it, a Muslim man is like beneficial for a woman because, they take care of the woman and stuff like that. But then they definitely believe that you should, like, they could have multiple wives and something like that. But it's just like, you know what? All your Bibles is wrong if y'all really still believe that a woman came from a man. I just want to rip, because I had that conversation yesterday with a man. And it was just like, it's so mind-boggling because you can give all the information that's like unrefutable and they'll still be like, but go do that research and come back to me because you guys don't have nothing to say. Because you know what? God doesn't have a gender. Let me be clear. I'm not saying this to like talk out my ass. God does not have a gender. No. There's no personification with the him or it's energy, first of all. But if there was a gender, God would be a woman. Stop playing yourself. First of all, women represent dark. Hello, there was darkness first before light. 2, everybody was a female, like a girl. Jean, you were a girl before you became a man. That's why you have to wait for a certain amount of weeks or months, because that's only during that time does the gene get expressed to make you a boy. Okay? Also, you can't even hold a child. Nurture, produce, give life. But y'all made me. I'm more complex than you. But you think I came from you?
And that's why I keep showing people that you can't understand and you can't see the fact that it is inevitable. Men are so like attached to their moms. Like the connection between a mom and a son, that goes to show you how powerful the mother is in everything, because we're the nurturers, like everybody got to find themselves, but we just have that connection and that bond with our kids. But I don't have a son, but I always hear, and I can see from like Rico how he is with his mom and other like males that like I'm around. They're so connected to their mom. They respect their moms, and usually the guys that respect their moms, like, not to label or put anything in it, but when they go into a relationship, they even if they get distracted, they try to make it work because of the respect that they have for their mom.
And this goes back to me being so pro breastfeeding. That relationship you have with your mom, that nurturing, the reason why for breastfeeding, like that's why the child is 80% with the mom and 20% with the dad. Because you need that nurturing. You need that bond. That's how you're able to build connections. Hello. And bonds with other people. Because if you're not able to do that, then you're going to be lost in self. And it's also why it shows in relationships over and over again. What is your relationship like with your mom? Yeah, we need to talk about that. Because if you're far removed and don't have a good, it's gonna show every time. And until you actually do that shadow work, we gonna have problems.
And it even goes deeper too now that we ended talking about that with the moms, because then now check the relationship, the mom and daughter relationship now, because that is the reflection of themselves now. So that's where the hard truth goes in. So the thing is why there's always sometimes mostly a conflict with the daughters and the moms, is because the moms is trying to live through their daughters' lives to fit whatever they made, and they trying to instill their belief system into the daughters, where the daughter have to find herself. You can't protect her from everything because she might not go through the same reality that you went through. But if you instill this and embedded it in her mind, she's going to go through exactly what you went through because you programmed it into her. But she was going another way. And because you were trying to just put it on her so strong, she couldn't do exactly what you were trying to do her, like to show her, you know, like if you didn't do it, she would have regardless go another path. But because you try to push her on it, that's when we get that, like, she can't tell me what to do, so you do the opposite. Whereas like you going to do exactly what she wants to try to break, if that makes sense. Because that's like
Mm-hmm.
a little puzzle there. But it was like, you know, they're trying to do us to go here, you know, but because they're telling us to go here too, we don't want to hear it because we want to do our own way. So even if we were going to go
And you
do
think
it,
you know better.
we go back to prove her wrong, which is like you're basically proving her right because you're doing
It's just
exactly what she did.
shameful.
So we never changed it. So that's why then we got to do the trauma work, like what we're doing now, and we heal ourselves. And then we realize, you know what? We are the generational curse breakers. We were sent
Mm-hmm.
into this family and this bloodline to build upon this story, you know, and change the trajectory of it. You praise them for the work that they did, that they break in the previous curses from their own trauma, you know. I'd be like, okay, you don't have to take this fight anymore. We're not in competition, mom. You don't need to like compare with me. You need to let me live and become who I am, because you can learn from it. You got to put your ego aside and understand that you can learn from me, because I'm coming more connected to source than you were. You were there, but you got lost for so long. What you think when they get so older, they always come back with regrets? I'm living life with no regrets because I'm now living in the present, the now.
Exactly. Um, it's so crazy because when I see stories of like moms choosing like boyfriends or not listening or actually being jealous of their own children, that is very, very heartbreaking for me. It really is. Because damn, damn. The person who like brought me here, who's supposed to like help guide me, is like,
Envious of me.
she looks at me as like her competition when I'm just a reflection and extension of you. That is very sad to
And
me.
it just goes into their ego and their pride, because as much as they want to see you better, they're then now in the envious mode where they're like, well, I could have done that if I didn't had you. They're trying to justify why you didn't do it instead of understanding, you know what, let me just take responsibility and just build and have a connection. At least I'll be breaking it in a different area.
It's very sad. Like, because I look at kids that like they're the most precious things like on this freaking God's earth. Like
I know, I
literally
saw my god baby for the first day because she was born October 3rd, and it was just like, it
pure
was just
like
breastfeeding, and just like it's like
innocence.
she could hear my voice and she's looking at me and she's breastfeeding, and it was just like
Priceless. Literally priceless. Like I can't wait to have my own. Like I'm like obsessed, and I'm just like, for anybody who do have them, that's why I be coming for the parents every time. I don't care. I come for y'all. Every time. Because if I don't come for y'all, and y'all not coming for yourselves, that's not fair to the kid, and I'm not okay with that, because you were supposed to do better. You're supposed to know better. You're supposed to really help guide, and you're not even a place to do that. Or mental, emotionally, physical, all that. You're not even a place to do that. And so I need y'all to get it, because the thing is, instead of y'all was supposed to getting it right before the baby got here, y'all are, what is it, figuring it out while you go along. Granted, that's part of it too. Like, you're never gonna know everything, but you could have done some preparation so that you could have gave your best self. You could have done some preparation where you was more like an active listener. You're aware, you know what I mean, of what's going on, so that, okay, you know why, like, you know exactly what they came here to do. They came here to work on you.
right. I say
and
that every single time.
and when you know that's what the job is, because they're the real teachers and you're supposed to learn from them, I think it just brings everything full circle. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when people, like, even when it comes to like pregnancy and like feeling like the body is attacking you after you just gave something so divine and miracle. I'd be like, what were you doing? Were you taking your teas? Were you doing exercises? Were you watching what you was eating? Because
And that's
no
why it's
way that you
necessary
just gave life.
for you. That's why it's so necessary for you, because those ladies have to get rid of that programming. So when you come in with the teachings and the understanding, do you not see the more beautiful births? Like, I adore seeing the stories now, because I was like, at first I used to be a little bit envious, and then I was like, you know what? I can have that. Because when you know better, you do better. So then the enviness that goes away, and you just look at just the beauty in it, and be like, that's what it is. But they made us like trick ourselves and think that
You
that was
just
wrong.
you just touched on a good point too when it comes to like just women and just like understanding that everything happens in its own time. Because I know there's a lot of women who struggle with fertility issues, right? And a lot of them can be fixed if you just like really change your diet. You know what I'm saying? Especially melanated women are the highest with the fibroids and the cysts and all of that. Y'all just able to do amazing things even still because, again, the melanin. Because if it was really going about what you eating, what you doing, especially going into the hospital, I don't know how y'all make it. It's literally it's a miracle that y'all make it through.
The key
Like,
is
for
though,
real.
if you want to get the ones in the trunk.
So like people need to understand, like, maybe you need to get your body right first so that it can be a healthy place for this child to grow. There's multiple components as to could be affecting your fertility issues too. Or if, for example, if you had a miscarriage, did you take the properties to make sure you clean yourself out? Not only that, but mentally too, because you have to process that. And then what caused it too? Was it, because there's two components. It could be it was their decision, this is not here for them, or it's just like the space that they came into is not healthy for them. So it's just like they gotta go, like, peace out. You know what I'm saying? And some people be, again, it goes back to the whole control, being able to let go. Like, for example, if you're seeing somebody having a home birth, like, yeah, you can be a little jelly of that, but you could be like, no, I appreciate seeing
No
this
one
because
knew
I can
it
do
from
this.
there.
And I hate when women are being told, oh, just because I had a C-section, you can't have a child validated. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Don't let them tell you what you can do with your body. Like, again, your body is very intelligent. It was made to happen this way. Just because they cut you open one time, even twice, it don't even fucking matter. You can have a vaginal birth. Stop believing in somebody telling you what you're
Be
able to
lying.
do with your
It's
body.
all be life. Like, be life. It's lie. Where be lying? Like, stop being lying.
And you being lied to over and over again. All these things. There's people who, after like the first trimester, do you know that you should not be laying on your back because that increases your chance of having a stillbirth or miscarriage? Did you know that? But yet, what how many doctor's appointment and what they have you doing? Laying on your motherfucking back. Not only they have you laying on your fucking back, they put in radiation on right on your baby. Cooking that baby up. That's why I be like, it really is a miracle that your babies come through. Because if you look at the number of ultrasounds they used to have back in the day, like what was required to what is today, again, that shit is disgusting. It's a business. People really think, oh, when the baby is hiding from the ultrasound, that it's hiding. What do you think it's hiding from? Y'all never ask?
Deep.
Yeah, for real. It's hiding from that doctor and from that radiation that's like booming inside your uterus now, which causes actually internal like fever, which takes about 3 days to pass.
And when you say that, it just made like something click in my head too. Like, when they induce you, you're disturbing that baby. That baby wasn't
It's
right.
not ready to come.
And that's what happened to me, because I was induced, right? And that's why I was in so much pain. And then I fall into another business. I got the epidural. Then now we're understanding all these other things. So I was 19. That's why I say I feel so like sometimes I'm like I'm so happy to see people waking up and not having to do it. And I try to educate them, you know, because even my friend the other day tried to just educate, but I was like, you know what, when is your time, you will understand and it will be fine. Do what makes you happy, and you know, that's all I can do right now, because I'm not in the convincing game, but I can just speak from my truth. And then every single time when I see it now, when like, you know, people with a higher understanding or overstanding speak it, it then relates to my reality. And I was like, shit, the whole thing, when they came in, they induced this because it was all a business, because the next thing in my ear was C-section, 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 until the God within me tap in, like the subconscious tap out and the consciousness tap in. And it was like, no, you might not know the facts of it, but look at your pros and your cons. You have no family here. That is a surgery. How would you get around? Then the other one was, but they're saying that my baby in distress, our heart rate is going up and down. Is it going to die? And then I was like, this one came back over here. You are powerful. You know your strength. Trust your gut instinct. Why are you questioning it? There's something that is not right. And I just was like, boom. Went back in, was like, no. Stood my ground on one thing, but compromised for other things because I wasn't strong enough. Or I didn't think I was strong enough at that time. So I was able to just compromise and settle, you know, but come to a compromise.
I don't even like that fucking word.
Right?
Compromise. Like,
right? But why do we? Because we limit. Then we limit. Because I didn't understand that I could have it all. You know, the programming was embedded, and I'm in fear right now because...
You know what's interesting when it comes to the labor part? The one thing that they'll love to use to push C-section is the heart rate. You know why? You're fucking laying down. Take the heart rate while I'm standing. See how that goes. Do some deep breathing. See how that goes. It's literally set up for you to die. Like, I don't think people understand. Even the epidural, people don't know, but that shit is cocaine. That's why you loopy and you don't know what's going on.
And the thing is, what was supposed to be my gift was taken from me because I couldn't feel what I thought was pain. That was actually the connection and the bond that was taken away from me. And you know what? The crazy thing is, my partner had to step in and tell me when to push because they were so angry at me that they weren't even telling me when to push when my contraction was on their monitor because they wanted the C-section. Right now, I'm a problem to them because I stood my ground. So literally, Rico was inside of there just monitoring me. And we're both young. Rico was 20, I was 19. Wow. We don't got none of our parents, no family, no nothing. We just figuring it out, right? And he just stood with my ground when I said, because I already told him what I want. I was like, I don't want any C-section. I don't want any epidural. That was in the birth plan because we didn't know anything. So
I'm so happy he stood up for you, though.
Right?
I'm so happy.
And when we went, because he was like, you know, he was like, because it was like they were coming in with this panic, like life or death, we might have to choose. And they're giving him that. And I was like, Rico, listen to me and listen to me good. This is my choice. This is my body. I'm choosing this. I'm not getting it. If it is that you come to that point, you will know what you need to do. And that's when the discussion, because my mom stood on the phone the whole time. And that's when the discussion with my mom saying like, well, we don't know the baby yet. Choose me. And in my head, I was like, you will know at that point because maybe it's my time to transition out. And this
it's intuition.
Exactly. So that's why I tell people, like, I telling you my choice, and this is my last choice that I can make. I don't care. You might call it reckless, but I'm calling it my gut feeling. And it ended up like going, and I was not able to feel it, you know, but Rico was able to like tap into my energy and tell me when to get her out. And then it was like, I was in so much distress, right? I was in so much distress that I couldn't even get her out because I didn't know I wasn't tapped in. He was doing the work, but I wasn't in tune, right? So then it was like, I had to get forceps. So they got pulled out. So Zendaya had this scar, and I still got the photos to show it. Zendaya still has this scar. Like, it's gone now, But Sunday I had this girl when she first came out, and her eyes was open from the beginning, and she just was like this because she was just like, are you for real
So
though? Like,
unnatural.
like her picture was just like, you guys just
What
did
the fuck?
this, put me through this, and then what I had to deal with her with all these different things, like allergies, all the craziness, not knowing that was my choice, and I had to live with it.
Girl, I'm like, I feel for you so much. Like, so freaking much. Because I just know, because, like, I'm the type of person, like I said, since I was, like, a baby. Ever since I knew I was born at home,
Me too, Chanel.
I always wanted to be born at home. You understand? So even when I came to the States, all this I was always, no. If there was two things that was always right here in my head before I was on my journey, it was I'm having my baby at home and I'm homeschooling. Those were two things I always said. I always said it. People always thought I was crazy, even before I was on this journey, but I always said it because why? I just knew something was just like,
And it's
yeah,
crazy
this
you
may
say that
mean.
because in the beginning, and we were looking at, we were saying that was what my intuition was feeling. I was like, I want a water birth, and like I was like, I want to be at home. And we look at, I don't know how, but we ended up seeing a place. But because we were so young, we didn't have much, and we was like,
Like a birth center.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it was like they were like we didn't know who to ask this information, and our brains wasn't at that point to just do the research. Like I did some research, but not to that in depth, right? And then we already know that, like like for paying wise, like they're gonna then say it was this expensive because you're in North America, so they don't really got like sisters that's their journey and they will teach you or whatever. That's why the always saying the moms are needed in the community when you're birthing. And that's why, like, I feel sad for the kids that go through it and their moms has passed on and they don't got that guidance. That's another type of strength, despite, like, I still have to show a different perspective of my strength, and I got my mom there to guide me. But then there's still some tension in there because there's trauma, so now
That's
your
so
your your mom is so more like better with your kid because they're trying to correct what they did with you.
boom. And it's interesting. You just touched on a good point that I wanted to elaborate on is like, the birth trauma. So that is something that I think people need to talk to their parents about. How was your birth? Because little do you know, that has an effect on you, like as a person. How was your birth? Was it in a conducive environment or was it in a stressful environment? Because that's what you're entering your child into during that moment, right? Because a lot of people don't understand the reason why sometimes you may go to the hospital and your labor is not increasing is because you just entered a stressful environment. Like when you're at home, it's like, oh shit's probably moving because you just at home, whatever. You're in your natural space, like, you know what I mean? As soon as you enter, hello, it's a place for sick, so you already have tension. You're connected to machines. There's beeping, causing more distractions, more tension. You have somebody that's literally violating you. I don't know how many times during that part, and that's a very sacred area that like nothing should be going in. Like besides a penis, a clean one too, at that, nothing should be going inside it. That's literally a violation to your sacred space. So basically, every time they go, that's molestation. Like molestation. That's the word. That's molestation. I don't care what nobody said. They're violating you over and over again because you don't need to touch me to know that. You have a machine, first of all. But also, I can just fucking tell you. Just look at the time. Do you see it getting closer and closer? That's all you fucking woman. You see how the business is set up. It's a violation. They have you on your back against gravity. They're telling you you can't move. They're telling you can't eat.
Yeah, and it's like everything that you say now, like it's like I can see the picture. It's like I'm literally sitting in the room right now, and now when you say everything, it just goes and relates to my story. Where then I remember like my water broke, which was exciting, joyful, like but then the panic, like, oh, get to the hospital. the condition. Got there though, and then they were like, you know what, you're safer at home. Went back home. I was supposed to come back at 6. So at home, I was like, oh, this is easy. Maybe I'll go again. I don't got no pain. This is chill. Like, all that type of thing. Then get back at their scheduled time, and I'm not going to their time, not realizing that this was fine.
It's
But
you and the baby's time.
I went on their time now. So they were supposed to be like, to there, you're not dilating. We got to induce you. I'm like, what? No, like, I don't like none of these things first. Or you can't eat. You can only get a certain amount of, you can't even drink water. You can only get certain amount of chips. So now I'm like, like anxious now because you're telling me all these things. All of a sudden, there's so much different change happening to me.
Which slows down the birth process.
Right? So then I was like, no, I want to get up. I want to walk. I want to move around. But then it's annoying because they got me connected.
You're connected.
To this thing. So I'm walking. So like what my body is naturally telling me to go walk now because this is connected to me. I can't bear this pain, but it's distracting me, making me think it's this pain, so I'm so confused with the pain now. And I need to then go back to the bed now, which now you told me just now, you're sitting, you're on your back. So then that makes it even worse. And I didn't even know this. So then now I went into them now because I can't handle it anymore. And the first thing before they tell me the laughing gas or something, they go to the more strenuous one that can then completely paralyze me if in wrong, so then I got that.
We got a minute and 40 seconds. So let me save this and I'll be right back.
Okay.
They're always gonna do this to us.
That's all right. See you in a bit.
We'll be back. Okay. Church is continued. Again, welcome to my page, my channel, Castellite TV, where I take you to church on Saturdays. And my good goddess sister, Shakira, she'll be coming in soon while she continues to explain her birth experience, which I'm passionate about because I'm a doula in training and also a herbalist, and this is why I quit nursing school. So we're definitely talking about something that I'm passionate about, which is babies and pregnant women and just knowing your rights, what's not okay, how the hospital is just set up to fail and set up to basically take your life. Especially women, because they don't even believe in anything we say anyways when we get in there. Because the history of medicine
Man,
is
that's like
melanin people don't have any pain. We don't feel nothing anyways. So,
but it's crazy how the universe set up, because it's like, like how you told me something and I was able to build something so then it can relate and let people see another connection, because it was like, that's probably why I tap into your energy too, because that's what you are training and learning to do now, and now with you explaining and giving me the knowledge that I need pertaining to childbirth and doula and all, you're educating me now. So now with me waiting through a situation now, I can put some truth, a vision truth to what you're speaking, because, we all learn at different angles. Some people, they need to see, hear,
You know what I love about this is because, and people will be like, well, you don't have no kids. Like, what do you know? You didn't go through it. What do you know? And I'll be like, listen, I don't need to have a kid to know how to take care of a kid. Like, are you okay? Like, I don't need to have a kid to know. I'm a woman still.
I'm a kid. So I know a kid.
Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, so I love that you can give your own personal, because I was saying what I was saying, right? But I could be saying whatever and they'd be like, no. But then you're able to actually put in your own experience and connect that to what I'm saying to see the truth in it. Because I think any woman who was forced to get a C-section could hear what exactly what I said and go back to that time and be like, yo, that's exactly what they said and that's exactly what they did. It's literally textbook. Literally.
It's right
it's
there.
Textbook at this point.
And people don't even understand, right? That how they just manipulate us so well because the truth is right there for us to see. But because of all the programming that they did back there, we didn't even know commercials, the television, all of that was going into our subconscious, and we just didn't even know that that programming was happening because we thinking like, you know, whatever. Because remember the portal, when you reach 7 now, is other people's belief that you from 0 to 6 or however that goes, you
Everything.
have your own, you and that,
You
you
start
know,
to
you and
create your own.
Samadhi. But then when you get 7 now, it is the transition now into this, and it's like everybody's is who's like guiding you now. So you lose, you know, you lose yourself. But I honestly, I keep telling people like, you admire what you see within yourself in me. People is always get so like, you know, like, oh, well, how she figure it out? It's like, no, I'm tugging on the figuring out inside of you that you know that you can become. But you know, you just giving me too much praise before you give yourself the
Or too much
praise.
power, baby. I know I got
Right?
the
Too much
power.
power. Right? So that's what it's like when we do these dialogues, it's for help you expand and open up your mind and let you stop limiting yourself, because the truth is we limit ourselves so much. And that is a disservice to us. We have to claim it and don't care if people, that's where they always another world that they come with. They make us think like us, you know, being proudful of ourselves as, what do you call it?
It's like it's like doing certain things
Cocky,
too.
like you're too overly confident and you're making it like a
As
bad thing, but
cocky.
it's not,
Yes.
because it's like you actually doing what you're supposed to do so you can continue to grow. Because you don't understand that these people that we consider like cocky or boastful, you know, we always think like, man, they had to do something evil to get there, but they're forever going up and you still there.
It's the self-love in them that you hate to see in yourself because you lack it.
So you got some healing to do.
That'll work, baby. Do it. But it's really just to go back what we were saying, but it's the fact that a lot of things has become normal in society. I don't like that shit. Y'all are normalizing a lot of shit that shouldn't be normal. And it goes back to the whole postpartum shedding. That shit is not normal. Your body does not betray you like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? There be certain shit that be like, y'all really, does that even make sense? You just brought in life and you think your body's gonna be like, well, fuck you. You just brought life, so I'm gonna take this away from you. Like, no. You're just missing or lacking in something.
Is the guilt. Is the guilt that if I, like, because I've been there and I can only speak on my truth. If you're defensive of it, you know, you got your own perspective, but maybe you still got more healing to do. But for me, I'm still healing, but I feel like I have healed quite a lot. So this is how I can just voice my opinion. This is just my opinion, right? Because you know, when you get on some of these subjects, is touchy, you know.
Yeah.
But for me and you, we don't really care about the backlash because we're just giving perspective, right? So we don't take anything personal. But with me going back to that and I'm speaking, I'm like, I took responsibility and realized that that's my guilt, because I succumbed to thinking postpartum depression, but it was my guilt because now my body's like repairing itself.
Girl.
And it's connecting. I was like, you know that you did a fucked up thing there. You just put this kid in distress. You know, you just did all of this thing. So you need to then like forgive yourself, because when you know better, you do better. So now the next time around, then this comes up. And this is where I go back to say, I'm just like drawing another reference. Like, you know, it goes back to like my whole miscarriage that was last year. It was like in my mind I was thinking like I got the knowledge, but I didn't have enough, because I probably would have made the same mistakes and get back at the same cycle. So it's like I am learning now to be patient with myself and realize like, you know what, I need time. I don't need to rush anything. And I'm gonna like, it's so crazy how all these points is gonna build, and it might be confusing to some, but I know you get it, because you know this is how we do. But it then goes back to me programming my mind too that my next kid was going to come in 10 years apart. So the universe gave me what I asked, but it also said, but that's not what I have for you. So I give you what you asked, but I take back, because I know that you're going to have the understanding at the next level that this was because you don't want to go back through that other trauma and relive that other story. So you need more help and understanding about the things that you was wanting for your new birth, which was a doula and all that situation. Because you know very well where we were standing at that point back then. If that baby had came into this earth, it was back into that system, because we don't have the knowledge and the understanding over here. It's still in the system, you know. So that's
Right.
where I can speak from my half and my point of view
And you know
to take
what?
responsibility.
Take responsibility, but also give yourself grace. Because you know
Credit.
why? The reason why, there's multiple reasons as to why you went into that depression that had to do with the same system that got you to that place. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you did take the epidural, I mean, it was cocaine. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of people will go through a certain like depression when it comes to their child, because the connection that you were supposed to feel, build, and have and go through was robbed and taken from you.
Right?
So that's why you feel a little down. Like, this feels a little foreign. Like, this just not clicking. Like,
Yeah.
it's not, the bond is not where it's supposed to be. It's because of all those things that infringed on that. All those things that played a part in what was supposed to naturally happen got disturbed. Like, it's just like, for example, people don't understand, like, your vagina has good and bad bacteria, right? Your baby's supposed to come through the canal because it needs to be covered in that bacteria. Like, people don't understand, like, you're supposed to have hair on your vagina, right? People don't understand that's friction, that's electricity. It's like boom, boom when the baby's coming out. So if you have a bald pussy, what friction is really happening? You know what I'm saying? It goes so deep, girl. Like, but there's so many. Every part of birth has a purpose.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And after you gave birth, first of all, you were supposed to touch your baby. You were supposed to be the first one to touch it, because that's what you created. Not no fucking white-coated person touching your baby. You saw me how many times or no time, and you think you get to be the first one to touch the thing that I created? And not only that, you're supposed to be in dim lights. When you wake up, do you want something bright in your fucking eyes? No, the fuck you don't. Second of all, you're supposed to have a bond, like a quiet time with you and your child for like 45 minutes after the birth. Just laying, just building, just reflecting on what just happened. Like, whoa, we just did that shit. Like, for real. Nobody else supposed to be in the room, just you and your baby. Maybe the father too could be there. But really, just you and the baby. So it's really not even your fault that you went through that depression. You went through that depression because you were robbed.
Yeah.
You and that baby was robbed.
That
And
makes
it's
sense.
fucked up. It's all fucked up. It pisses me off because, you know, I love fucking babies, and it's just like, yo, I be like, stop going there. You are not sick. This is naturally supposed to happen. So why are you running to the hospital, which is just a place of entertainment anyways? They're playing a business. They're literally a business. And it's just like, y'all just running it up every chance. Like, y'all just putting more money in their pockets every chance. And don't get me started on circumcision. Don't get me started on culling the umbilical cord. Don't get me started. Please don't. Because y'all, if y'all really knew, y'all would never even step in a place like that. The same way y'all be scared of a cemetery or whatever, you should be the same. The same way y'all even want to walk into a prison or have the same effect. You should be scared of that place because you've been lied to. You've been used. You've been abused over and over again. Stop going through that place.
And that's like how last night my frustration went out, because I was like, when are we going to say enough is enough? Like, when is it? Like, when are we going to start waking up? Story after story after story after story. When are we going to really stand up and make it change? Instead of being it be the same thing over and over and over. It's crazy.
We gotta stop it. Like, we have to. I'm just really tired of the lack of accountability and responsibility, and it's just like, we can do so much better. And before these buildings, these places, like churches, hospitals, schools, prisons. Before these places were built, what was y'all using? Because what was y'all using? Because y'all wasn't using them. They weren't even around. You
But
know, if
then
you had a
they,
baby, you know who came to see you? A mother in the neighborhood or another woman in the village to come help you. And it's not multiple people who's just around. It's somebody that you cared for, loved you, want good things for you, and you and your children. Make sure to
good
comfort
energy,
you.
good
There's
energy.
always a medicine woman in the village. And every woman, honestly, our job is to be the medicine woman in our families. Because guess what? You're feeding, giving life to your children, to your spouse, because food is medicine.
Right.
So, what are we doing?
That's fast. And that like hit home. So I don't know, but that's like, I could feel that given like, my story, what I went through, like I definitely, that's what I take accountability. So when certain things happen, I already know like, what, Shakira, you gotta forgive yourself from that. You know better this time around, so you're not gonna make that same mistakes. So that's where it like not like empathy, but it's like when the kids is doing something, you have that soft spot because you know what you did.
Mm-hmm.
The connection. You have that guilt. Every time you see them and they got to go through some type of pain, you feel it even deeper. Why
You
you think
feel
it
it.
hurts so much when the babies are sick? Because it goes back to that pain where you're like, when you see them with certain things, like shit, I just caused that pain on my baby. And you know what? They're so amazing. They're so
So
forgiving.
forgiving.
There is so much pain, and they're saying, "It's okay, mom. It's okay. It's okay," because they know you can hurt them so much and they can still come back to hold on to your feet. You beating your kid and they can still come back and rub your back. Like,
Greatest example of unconditional love.
but then
It don't
all the trauma
matter.
messed them up. That's where you gotta take responsibility. Parents always want to be blaming. No, when people were warning you about your badass kid, you choose not to pay attention about your badass kid. So this is why he's such a troublemaker now. You were supposed to keep it in a lines and guide. You look past what like you were supposed to. So you take responsibility and not blame other people. So that's where we will see more growth in the communities when we start taking responsibility for our actions instead of blaming other people for it.
Mm-hmm. Y'all just love, and that's crazy because y'all love to be told what to do. What's the contradiction there? Y'all love to be told what to do,
Because
but
it's the
y'all don't
easy.
want to, and
It's
y'all
the
want to.
easy way out. Is it familiar? Is it comfortable? It is like you think that you are getting rid of that guilt factor when you do that. Exactly, the accountability. You really think you getting onto that guilt factor when you give somebody else the power to choose for you, because you can then go back and blame. Well, they told me to do that. No, it's still your choice because you made the choice to make them make the
Did
choice. So it's
somebody
your choice.
physically move you, bring you there? That's the only time y'all can say y'all don't have responsibility over something. Is when somebody is literally doing it against your motherfucking will. Like, completely. Meaning, like, okay, you got kidnapped. Like, you have no control over that. Like, that's just happened to you. But for 99.9% of the time, y'all be choosing. Y'all be choosing. Y'all just don't want to take the responsibility or the consequences for it, but y'all chose.
Every time.
So it's like, for example, right? Imagine if I became a nurse, right? And this person is just like dying. But the doctor's order said this, right? So if I know I'm totally against this medication, right? But I still choose to do it because it's doctor's orders, and that person end up dead for some reason after this medication, you know who's accountable? Me. Like, nobody told me, like, yeah, the doctor's order said it, but nobody physically made me give that medication. I did that shit. That's what y'all don't understand when you guys are going into these works that you think is your mission. Because you're going to be like, well, the doctor told, oh, well, this is the, well, you did it. Yes, you did. How about that?
That's true.
So now you go live with that. That's why I had to go through and made a decision for me and be like, no. Like, I'm not doing that. No.
That's a fact. Like, definitely. You can't even question that one fact, to be quite honest, because it's just self-explanatory. It's like, it makes sense every time. So how can you argue it?
It doesn't matter, because I bet you if you ask that doctor if he
Accomplished.
would have took that medicine, accomplished if you ask me. Boom. Thank you. Thank you. I'm definitely an accomplice. Like, in this, like, I'm work because it's just like, ultimately, if I'm doing that, I'm working for their business. I'm literally just working for their business. It's so crazy because a doctor, right? I don't even know what kind of doctor he was. He literally had like a pen wall. You know those like things where you can put your shoes, like, and you can hang it
Yeah.
on your door.
Yeah.
It has like pockets.
Yeah.
He had a pen wall of all the pens he got from like pharmaceutical agents and like people he's seen. When I see, if you've seen the wall of pens, because you know pens is just like take up this much space in that little pocket. It was disgusting. It really was. All these medications, and you know this, and this is why like I appreciate going to different works of field too, because I used to be a life insurance agent. Because when I was a life insurance agent, don't get me wrong, I get pro life insurance because it's just like it's just an easy way to get like generational wealth type of shit.
I'm learning that.
And you're gonna die at some point, so it's just like, why not have some money waiting for somebody when you die, type of shit. But the only difference was just like even when I first started going into homes trying to explain it or whatever, bro, I didn't know that much. I just knew more than they did.
You see
and
that
I
way
just sounded like I knew this shit. But did I really know what I was talking about? That's debatable. Like, cause you know, the more you do something, yeah, you get more information. But guess what? I was starting real good just because I knew more than you.
Exactly. And that's
It's the
where
same thing.
It's always to be ahead. That's where they that's how they manipulate the system into greed. Because instead of how we grow upon it, you know, we're doing the conscious, the righteous decision, if they call it that, if we go on that point, right? It's like our instinct would do good and give that person flowers and build upon, and you it's equity, you building equity. So it's like, you know, we all knowing that we can make something from this. But instead, when they got to that level and they see it, they were like, how can I manipulate the system and like just make me be the head? Let me be the pyramid schemes now that they create. The other pyramid schemes that came up where you can make a bag, you know, you can actually sell a product and make that money. You know, they change it into and not let you realize the actual pyramid scheme is you working in the system.
Yes, and that's why I was saying to you too, why your business was booming. It's because like, yeah, you was making money off of it, but it's because you was a genuine person that your business was able to boom.
And that's what my guest
When you're
always say.
genuine, you're always gonna have it. Like, you're always gonna have it. So it's just like, because that's where people lose sight of the abundance and how you start to get it and how you claim it, because it's just like you can't just go in like, oh yeah, this is about money. No, this is about something. This is about the experience. This is about what can I add to you, what can I give to you. And once you're going with that mentality, the abundance just comes with it. And that's where y'all get fucked up. Y'all be so, and this is where they be like, oh, money is the root of all evil, blah 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 blah. Money doesn't have, is neither positive or negative. Just
You
like
are the person that has the value to the money.
So of course they're gonna tell you
money is the root of all evil, while they have all the motherfucking money, right? And they living their best lives. But y'all got it so messed up. It's when you live in your purpose and your mission and you're passionate about it and you're doing it for that the abundance just flows to you. It is attraction. It's just, it gives because you're giving. But not because you think that you can get something out of what you're giving. You
Yeah.
give it and then you just receive. It just comes to you.
That right there. You know why? Because it's like people always think that like the reason why people say, but they say if you give it, it should come back. But I was like, no, you're giving it with the hopes that it to come back. So you put too much mixed up energy in there that is like you're supposed to give, not
You're offering
expecting.
from a place of lack.
Exactly. You're not expecting that like it's gonna come back, because that's the law of the universe. You'll be like, I need it right now. Make it work right now. And it's like, no, that's the low vibration shit that we talk about. And that's where it goes back to like where we say with my business, money management. You know, it's not taught to us because no, we are ego feed. We're like, oh my God, I did better than this person. Like, you know, I made it. They say it won't be nothing, but I made something into something, started from the bottom down here. That type of thing we be getting when we become big headed, but still like, conscious, but not really like other people being big headed, but you know what I mean. So then you end up just saying, oh, this was easy to come by, let me just help everybody, let me get everybody, like thinking like I don't need to like reinvest or do certain things with it. I just like, because people think I got it, they come in and ask me, and the kindness in my heart, I just like just giving, and they not like, it's not a reason for me to really be giving it and making it easy for them. So now that's my karma that I got to come back and deal with, because I should have been like pushing it and make them actually get into the workforce of like knowing to find within themselves to receive it, and I not give them the easy path and just be like, here, because sometimes within your heart when you just sow the seed into someone, because many times I would just sow seeds, but sometimes it's like the takers that come in and be like, oh, I see her sowing seeds over here, let me tell my story, and you get tricked there, So it's like, until you guys learn it anyway, this is just another perspective, and this is gonna go over some people's head, but we know what we mean when I say that, because sometimes you just speak in close, or you speak openly for everybody to understand, right? So, that being said, it's like it just goes to show me, just it's like